Here we go. Give it some time for attendees to join. Get our YouTube stream up and running. And actually, Karen, I see Commissioner Ashley Fields in the attendees. Could you go ahead and promote her as a panelist? After you get YouTube going. There we go. All right.
Yeah, working on YouTube now. I think I'm almost there.
Okay, great. You should see. Also Commissioner Fields, if you can go ahead and you can add in your SMD and all of that, just so folks have that. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. As our emails have stated, we did not have an info session speaker tonight, so we will go ahead and get started. We are just now waiting for our YouTube stream to start. It helps us with our minutes, and then it also helps for people who are watching on YouTube and want to see the recording afterwards. So we're just gonna wait to officially start the meeting until that is up and running. But thank you for joining us, and I appreciate your patience here for the last few seconds. Karen, just give us a shout if you need help.
Yeah, it says for some reason I'm not able to do it. So I'm not quite.
What is it saying?
It says when I hit go live, it says user is not enabled for live streaming.
Are you on YouTube or are you on Facebook?
I'm on it's on YouTube.
Okay. Can you try again? It still should be you should have access. Are you logged into the 1B account on Google? It's not a Gmail account, but it's on Google.
Yes.
I don't know what else to diagnose here. Commissioner Trindade Duramo, do you have any suggestions?
What's different from last month?
I don't think anything is different from last month.
I also didn't do it last month because we were high.
It was warmer last month.
Karen, would you mind double checking and making sure that it's the 1B account on YouTube that it's going to and not like your personal account or anything like that?
Yeah.
Because we purposely have not tinkered with the YouTube settings, even though we want to change a couple things just until this is reconfigured.
All right, logging all the way out and logging all the way back in here.
Okay. Thanks again, folks, for your patience on this. We're gonna try to get started in a couple minutes. Thank you for bearing with us. The other scenario is that we just have to upload this to YouTube directly after if we can't get it streamed.
Yeah, it does not seem to be working, so I can take care of that on the back end.
Okay, great. If you can also, I don't know if you have access to our Twitter account, but if you can post something on there just to say that, you know, we normally have this streamed, but since it doesn't appear to be working, that they can still join at the link. I'm happy to craft something up as soon as we get the meeting started.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us this evening. This is our December commission meeting. As mentioned before, and you may have just joined, but we did not have a guest speaker tonight. This is also our last meeting of 2024 and the last meeting of this commission as it looks today term. But again, thank you for joining us. I call this meeting to order at 7:06 p.m. Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Handerhan,
Present.
Commissioner Chauvin,
Present.
Commissioner Sycamore,
Present.
Commissioner Lakatos,
Present.
Commissioner Kenzik.
Present.
I am present. Commissioner Fields,
Present.
Chair Harris,
Present.
and Commissioner Jones.
Present.
With 9 of 9 commissioners present, we have a quorum.
Great. Commissioners, you have an agenda before you without objection, or is there any objection to the agenda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Madam Chair, I move to amend the agenda. I
Okay.
move that we amend the agenda by adding an item related to the Zoning Preservation Development Committee. It's revisiting case 2661 at the Board of Zoning Adjustments. The applicant has new information that they would like us to consider.
we have a second.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Sycamore,
Commissioner Jones, can you remind us of what this is?
Sure, I can get into it more detail if we add it to the agenda. But for now, this was a essentially this is a case in the LaJoy Park area approximately, involving a back deck to a home that had already been built, and they were seeking to legalize and regularize it. There has been some.
let's get to it. Sorry, Commissioner Jones, is that enough? Let's go ahead and wait until we get to that point. We're adding.
There have been
it.
updates to that information.
Okay.
I assume this is
All
being
those in
added to
favor?
administrative.
No,
No,
under
adding to
DPD,
DPD.
please.
All those in favor?
Hold on, point of order.
No, your point of order is out of order. All those in favor? This is just
The
for this.
point of order is not out of order. I will appeal that decision. The point of order is not out of order.
It is out of
Sorry,
order.
Chair.
It is out of
We-
order. It is out of
Let's play,
order.
let's play the,
is
no,
out
there
of
is not
order.
out of, I listen, I have Robert's rules here and I've read through them. Your point of order, saying it's out of order is out of order. Now we can all vote. I want to hear what Commissioner Jones has to say and I want to understand what the differences are because this deck was done illegally and I'd like to hear what he has
We
to
are
say. So,
getting to that
please.
point.
well, there's no reason
Commissioner
to say point of
Kenzik.
order is out of order.
It is out of order. It is
It's not.
technically out of order because we are
Ay, ay, ay.
voting on the amendment to the agenda. Commissioner Chauvin, I think I heard you. If you also have an amendment to the agenda, I will get to you. But that is
Thank you.
not in order of the operations of this motion.
All right, so
those
we'll
in
proceed
favor?
with the current motion on the table.
All of those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
Yes, I just need some guidance. It's just going to take just 30 seconds here. I have 5 motions for the SOPs. I don't think I need to amend. I think I can just introduce them during the section. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. Then I'm set. I appreciate it.
Okay. You also, if you all have a point, you can say point of information. You can say, can I have some, just like you did, Commissioner Chauvin, some guidance? But a point of order is a interjection and it is out of order. So that is why I say that. It doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it is out of order. Okay. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
One more item, sorry. This is a point of information. The time speaking limits, is that in the next piece of the agenda or is that now?
That is in the consent agenda. This is
Okay.
the agenda below.
Thank you. I'm set to proceed.
Okay. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, commissioners, you have an agenda before you with an amendment with the addition of the ZPD item that Commissioner Jones will go through when we get to ZPD. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Agenda passes unanimously. Okay, commissioners, you have a consent agenda before you. Approval of the prior meeting minutes, speaking time, 2 comments of 2 minutes for each commissioner. Each for commissioners and community members with an additional 20-second comment at the discretion of the chair per topic. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Discussion. Commissioner Chauvin.
I did, as I mentioned during the last meeting, I'd ask for an increase of the time limitation during review of SOPs to 3 minutes for each section. I think it's a reasonable ask at this point, and I think it's an important section, and I think that it will probably not be abused, and I think it would probably be relevant to just a handful of items. So I appreciate your consideration to extend for SOPs review 3 minutes per.
Do we have a second for that amendment?
Second.
Discussion. This is all those in favor for that amendment.
Clarifying, this is just changing the time from
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yes,
2 speeches per topic.
Only for, sorry, to be clear.
only for the
only
SOPs for
section.
3 minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes for the amendment for the consent agenda. Okay, commissioners, you have a consent agenda before you. Any other discussion points? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Executive officer reports, financial reports, Commissioner Lakatos.
Yeah, so there's no financial report to approve for December. The Q1 FY25 financial report will be ready for the new commission, or for whoever is the treasurer then.
Okay. Secretary report, Commissioner Trindade Geronimo.
Thank you. A new feature today, my report. I don't really know why I haven't been doing this all along. I'm sorry, I really should have been. But I just wanted to take a moment today and congratulate and thank and lavish praise upon Karen Lee, who is our administrative consultant. I think you can't see her face. No, but she is diligently working, oh, there she is. Hello. She's diligently working, taking pre-minutes and pulling all the strings behind the scenes. She's the one who responds to many of the questions and moves information to the chat. And lots of wonderful stuff. She came on a few months ago. She has already revolutionized the operations of this commission. She will continue to do so in the future. Lots of website updates have already taken place. Many of you have noticed that many more of our recent meeting minutes have been posted. Committee membership information has been posted. She's doing many amazing things. Also, just our filing system behind the scenes was a bit of a mess. She's tidied it up. She's incredible, and I look forward to working with her much more in the new year. So just wanted to shout out what's been done over the last few months of this term, and we'll continue in the new term. So thank you, Karen, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Karen. Really, really appreciate your work. I know it is a ton of work, so appreciate all that you've done so far. Committee reports, public safety and community engagement, Commissioner Fields.
Yes, so we briefly discussed the Rita Bright proposal, which was for a garden project at the community center that we're gonna unfortunately have to postpone just due to just being able to pay and fund this effort and get a check signed in time for an event this weekend. So in lieu of that, I did want to do a vote so that we can make sure the community center can come back and be entitled to the funds that we originally voted on for Rita Bright. Or maybe we can leave it as is since we already voted on that at the last meeting. But just want to make sure that they can come back and claim those funds for that project. We did have another submission from Common Good City Farm. And so they did request 600 money for a $600 project, but that took place a little bit before Thanksgiving, and it was towards food, so we're not going to be able to approve that one. But they did submit another Holiday Fest request. It's for $150. The total event projected cost is $500. And this is for the neighborhood. They are going to be providing different toys, coats, and other supplies to families in the area. So I would say that we should support this effort. So at this time, before I call a vote or make a motion, I'm just asking if anyone has any questions or concerns about this.
Commissioner Lantos.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. This is actually about the Rita Bright one. Do you know who we would be making the check out to, just because we couldn't make it out to Rita Bright itself? Because I know you know this, it's because it's a government agency too.
We were going to be using the funds on behalf of the ANC, so whoever takes over public safety and community engagement could just use that towards a community project as opposed to giving the money directly to the person. So
Sounds great. Thanks.
okay. So at this, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Adrian.
Oh, I just want to thank Commissioner Fields for getting this on the agenda. Common Good is a really amazing nonprofit in SMB 1B01. We've supported them in the past, and they're just a really great partner both to the community and on the administrative side and documenting everything. So I would encourage folks to support their quest.
Yeah, so at this time, I move that we support Common Good City Farm with $150 for their Holiday Fest project.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I should note my support here, but
Commissioner Kinsick.
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Fields. I know this is our last meeting for what you've done to outreach to the public, and I'm hoping that the next term we're going to be doing the same thing and hope that you're going to be a part of it. So thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
All right, that sounds good. That's pretty much all there is for public safety and community engagement. I thank you guys for showing up and attending events that we've had over the past 2 years. And I know that next year you guys will be in great hands. I know committee co-chair Gabriella Savelli will stay on. And so we're, looking to do more efforts around the community. So our next meeting will be December 10th at 7 p.m. and it's a Tuesday on Zoom. So please join us then.
Transportation, Commissioner Lakatos.
Sure, thank you. So the only item we considered at our November meeting is a resolution. It's actually kind of a follow-up to the last resolution we had last month, a resolution requesting a study of an one-way in the 1800 block of 8th Street Northwest. So this came through Commissioner Chauvin at the request of Cleveland Elementary School. So trying to see if they can get that part of 8th Street converted to a one-way to make their pickup drop-off easier. It would kind of work with the request we have to study the one-way in the 1900 block of 8th. I'll put the resolution up on the screen in a second. Oh, can you allow me to share my screen, Karen? I think you have to do that. Okay, amazing, thank you. Oh, there we go. Can you see the resolution?
Yes.
All right, cool. Resolution acknowledges so the basic context. It's a two-way street, but it's pretty narrow. It contains both residential uses and Cleveland Elementary School. Cleveland has asked that DDOT consider, changing that to a one-way. References that they've added speed tables, but they haven't sufficiently addressed the safety issues. And apparently referencing that the Safe Routes to School study, DDOT determined that a northbound one-way conversion needed further study, but they just hadn't studied it yet. So resolve that we ask the DDOT study the conversion into a one-way street, and then the directionality in the context of the other request we made in the resolution we passed at our last meeting. Same request for notification and engagement. Also a request to make it a no-through truck street, which apparently has caused some issues in terms of when trucks try to go through there. And asking, this was an additional request from the committee, asking for additional street lighting due to public safety concerns. Does anyone have any questions about the resolution? Commissioner Sycamore?
Hey, yeah, so I have a couple questions. One, how much outreach have Cleveland done to the parental community? Like, is it seem to be pretty well supported by parents? Because I know there's people coming from both sides, so I'm not sure like how they're feeling about it.
I don't know what they've all. I can say that the folks from the PTA were in the call, so it wasn't just Cleveland itself. So Cleveland and the people at PTA were the ones who emailed, and then they were on the transportation committee asking for it.
And they were asking for it?
Yeah, the folks from the PTA were,
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect. Second question is, I have a small concern about the trucks, only because there is a business, small business corridor, obviously right there on the 1900 block of 8th Street. And I'm a little concerned because these are so narrow and already one-way streets that there might be some issues with getting bigger trucks through that area to accommodate for those businesses. Has that been addressed at all by DDOT?
No, but I would imagine it would come up in the study if they're doing it
Okay.
based on like this framing that we provided in the resolution. They make the determinations at the end of the day about like what would be a truck or sort of like a specific zone. But I'm not exactly certain, though I think that that's a very fair concern. I don't exactly know what the one way would end up looking like for both blocks. I think that's why we really need the study to get to it. Yeah.
And the study is to just make sure that it's coming from southbound to northbound on both 1800 and 1900 blocks. It's not like they're both coming down one way and then trying to bottleneck onto T, right?
No, it would be, but also it would be either direction. I don't know which direction it would be. The northbound reference was that in a previous study, DDOT said that they should study a northbound one. So very repetitive bureaucratic thing, but they've said they should study it, but it could be a northbound or a southbound. Both of our resolutions just ask for the study.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anyone else have any other questions or comments?
I know this is in Mr. Chauvin's district, but I used to represent Cleveland and the old iteration of my SMD, and I would just say that the pickup drop off is super complicated for a lot of reasons, not just the street directions. And the Cleveland community, to the very good point that Commissioner Sycamore brought up, they are very well connected to the broader neighborhood and really thoughtful and strategic around how some of these things happen. So I know we're not voting on like a plan tonight, but I think their support and their effort to protect the safety of kids, including aligned efforts around crossing guards and anti-drug efforts, is very commendable and is strategic. This is not just a one-off.
Hearing no other comments or questions, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the full ANC adopt the 1800 block of 8th Street Northwest one-way study resolution as presented.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Alrighty, so our last transportation committee meeting is of the year is next Wednesday, December 11th at 7 p.m. You can register at the ANC's website, ANC1B.org. We have confirmed that we will be receiving this month a presentation from DDOT about the Vermont Avenue Protected Bike Lane project. And I'll also add for folks in the audience who are interested in the project that the new updated plans of that have been released. I will drop a link in a minute for that. But yeah, thanks so much.
And if we can also make sure we include that on the website And if there's anything, maybe there's an email that can go out, because I know there is a lot of interest around this bike lane. So want to make sure that people are aware that it'll be discussed at the committee meeting then. Also, Karen, I'm not sure if you're able to, if you already did, but if you're able to post the agenda, link to the agenda and what Commissioner Lakatos just posted into the chat for everyone, so everyone has that too. Okay. ZPD, Commissioner Jones,
I just have a quick point of order.
your point of order is out of order. Do you have
And I have a point of
information?
inquiry. Sure. Did we skip the public comment period on this vote, this previous vote? Do we not get, do members of the public not get a chance to weigh in? Just wondering.
What are you talking about? On the 8th Street study?
Yes.
We're simply asking DDOT to do a study. There is no public, it's not a NOI.
Okay. Just double checking. Thank you.
Commissioner
If-
Lakatos, do you have anything to add to
I
that?
was gonna say, I didn't see any hands raised or anything in the Q&A, and so I would just, if that's what you're referring to, I didn't see that, but that's just my observation.
Okay. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Okay, if you noticed a community member who raised their hand just now on the discussion, we can absolutely flag that, but I think many of us are monitoring it. It seems like you are as well. We didn't notice anything. So unless you're seeing something that we didn't, it would be wise for you to raise it before mentioning an issue.
Just
Okay.
bringing it up. Not sure. Just want to make sure we have consistency.
Okay, rather inconsistent. ZPD Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the commission, for considering adding this zoning case, Board of Zoning Adjustment case back to the agenda. This is Board of Zoning Adjustment case 21167, which is about a property located at 527 Florida Avenue Northwest. This is in single member district 1B01. At our September meeting, we discussed this. At the time, so as a reminder, this is a case about a back deck that someone built onto their townhome that seems to not be fully legal. They are now seeking to legalize the situation retroactively and bring it into compliance with DC law. In the first instance, when we considered this, the ZBD committee voted 2-0 with 1 abstention to support the case, and we voted with a majority to support the case as well. Since then, the applicant came back to me in an email after when the ZBD meeting would have been held, or else it would have considered at the ZBD meeting. The applicant came back for 2 reasons. The first reason is there was an error in some of the description of the project. The pictures were all correct. However, the deck was described as being 8 feet deep by 18 feet wide, when in fact it is 10 feet deep by 18 feet wide. Again, the pictures are all correct. It's just the dimensions were slightly wrong. The other reason that the applicant has asked to come back to us is a consequence of that, is that because of that, the Office of Planning has suggested that the appropriate relief is a special exception, and originally the applicant had asked for an area variance. This is a very technical reason, and that's just which technical apparatus they're using to try to get this resolved. I have sent this information around to members of the Zoning Preservation and Development Committee. All of them have said that these differences are not consequential and would not have changed their votes, and that, you know, the deck is as big as they thought it was. Whether it was indicated, whether it was indicated incorrect in the paperwork is unfortunate. They should have gotten it right, but it doesn't impact the vote. And the type of variance does not matter to the neighbors. That's the general consent of the feeling. I do not have a vote on this because this matter came up after the ZBD committee would have met, or else we would have met and considered it. So what I would ask today is that we Actually, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that, and then we'll go in discussion after I make the motion. But I move the ANC1B reaffirm its support of the applicant in BZA case 21167 regarding a property at 527 Florida Avenue Northwest.
Do we have
Second.
a second? Discussion, Commissioner Kinsek.
Yeah, is there anyone on the call right now from the zoning committee? And is there any way we can just get a vibe for what they feel about this?
There's several people. I can read out the emails from whom, and also Commissioner Chauvin is also on the committee as well, so he can speak to that. But I can just briefly read out the email discussion on this. Let me
Not necessary.
I can name the 3 or 4 people who supported it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
My comment relates to Commissioner Kensick's comment. I think especially because there was a very legitimate conversation about the intentions of the owners here and how we got the deck to begin with. I think this could feel like not just another kind of problem. And I think what we're voting on tonight, to me, and I think I'm on all the emails as well, I think the committee views it as a clerical error, not any sort of intentional or substantive misleading. It doesn't change the fact that this was a mistake, and this process is kind of retroactively seeking approval for something that was not done proactively, and we really kind of gave up our ability. That decision stripped us of our great weight to really weigh in the same way we might have, because the difference of asking someone to tear something down versus amend is different. So all that is very legitimate. I will say, though, I think this is just a technical piece of it, and we talked a lot about this last time, and we're trying to acknowledge getting this back in order, and I think this is in the spirit of that, even though it's quite annoying that we're talking about this again. So I just wanted to share my take. It is my S&D.
Yeah. And just to note on that, I actually, at least 4 members of the ZBD committee, not including the chair or me, wrote saying that they don't have any concerns with these, and echoing exactly what Commissioner Handerhan said. So if there had been a vote, presumably it would have passed re-endorsement again.
Are there any other discussion points? Hearing none. All those in favor? Motion passes. All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with 8 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and 1 not voting.
Thank you. That's the only item that we have for tonight. I would like to just briefly preview an item that we'll have for next ZBD meeting and then give the date. The next meeting, at the next meeting, we will look at one Board of Zoning adjustment case at 906 Westminster Street Northwest regarding a side addition and roof deck to an existing building. This is in Single Member District 1B02, and Commissioner Frank Chauvin, who represents that area, is aware of this already. That discussion will be held on Monday, December 16th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. And if you're interested in attending that, feel free to go to our website and sign up for the Zoom meeting there. Thank you.
Hey, ABR, Commissioner Fields.
Yes, so we have a little bit to discuss, even though we're only voting on 1 license tonight. Before that, there were 2 licenses issued, I guess, in error by ABCA. So that was a license for the Sandlot, which is going to be where CVS was off of Georgia Avenue. It's going to be reactivated as an art site and also a bar/restaurant sort of vibe. So they were trying to receive a transfer license from their past location on Potomac Avenue in Southeast, but they were transferring into the moratorium zone, which Commissioner Chauvin has advocated for. And so it's in his SMD, and so he was able to flag to us that the license had been or issued in error. The other license was for give me 1 second, my apologies. Well, I'll get back to you guys with that one in a second, but it was also issued in error. So we're going to vote on those licenses, but we decided not to because they couldn't be brought forth due to the moratorium. So I just reached out to Sarah and just flagged to her the issue of us not knowing whether a license was uh issued correctly. When they found out about the error, they didn't take down the placard or reissue it until I sent something over. So just flag that. The other location was Lounge U, which would have been at 911 U Street off of 9th Street, where a lot of clubs are. So that license was also issued in error. And so after I reached out, she revoked it. But just want to flag that for the next ABR committee chair and for anyone on the call tonight to pay attention to that. So the one license that we are reviewing will be the medical cannabis license for Good Smoke U. Well, Good Smoke, it's off 1843 14th Street. They're requesting a medical cannabis license. At our meeting previously, we voted to protest the license. However, as chair, again, I'm going to flag that I don't think we should protest them. They haven't had any issues. They're trying to comply with the law. They're not within 400 feet of a school zone. And I think we already in the past discussed that we're not interested in protesting as a means to get someone to enter into a settlement agreement. So that's all that I have. Before I make a motion on that, I'll just let people chime in with comments and concerns or questions.
What was the vote on that, Commissioner Fields? Sorry, can you repeat that?
So
For if there was a recommendation to protest or not?
right, there was a recommendation to protest. So there were 2 in favor, 1 against, 0 abstaining, and then of course as the chair, you can't vote.
So the motion passed.
That's correct, that's right.
Okay, so the committee's recommendation was to protest this license.
That's correct.
Okay, that is not on the agenda, so that is why I'm asking. Okay, Commissioner Lactos.
Oh, no, I think you answered the question. I was just, for a second there, I was confused if this was something we had already protested or if, no, you're saying the committee itself voted. All right.
Mhm.
Commissioner Kinzick.
Yeah, this might be an off question, but someone I'm sure knows the answer. You know, on certain streets, you know, you can have so much of bars in a certain area. Does that coincide with also cannabis shops? So if you have like, it does. Okay, so
It's 400 feet within each other.
got it. Okay, thank you.
A little correction there, if I would. He's not referring to the distance from a school. He's referring to the linear frontage of
Yeah.
an establishment within a certain block. And all blocks on 14th Street and all blocks on U Street are within the 50% cap for linear first floor frontage for a maximum of alcohol licenses.
Well, okay, but what Commissioner Kinzick was asking, he was asking if there is some sort of cap, which there is a cap. ABCA has it. It's 400 feet within each license. So some of the establishments are operating without a license, but this one fits with the license. I don't think he was talking about the arts overlay, what you were very in tune with. So thank you for providing that, but I think it was somewhat separate.
And sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Shulman was right, and I appreciate both contents because I didn't know that either, Chair Harris. But I was talking. I remember originally a long time ago they were talking about certain bars and how much of a facade can be of the front, and then there was a couple areas that in 1B where we've had too many, and that so I didn't know if the alcohol and a cannabis shop are considered the same as frontal views or not. That's what. But thank you.
No, I don't think they are, but yeah, it's the arts overlay, which this is a part of. It is a part of. It's 14th Street. But this doesn't factor into that. It's a separate, I think, limitation. It's each of license cannot be within 400 feet of each other. Commissioner Shipman.
Yes, as the commissioner, let's see, what's the term I'm trying to propose this evening? It's a term called, one second, I think I have my 2
Not
minutes here.
jurisdiction.
Right. It's not jurisdiction. Um, Commissioner of, I'm, I'm gonna find it in a minute. Anyway, I don't represent this establishment, but
You
I
don't,
am
it's in my SMB.
that's right. But I am on the committee, and I'm not certain where some thinking about not protesting here came from. That's a new one to me. Um, this has been since we have this commission and the committee started reviewing cannabis licenses about a year ago. We understood that only the ANC, though there are some changes on the horizon, up until this point, it's the ANC that has standing only. So it was merited and of import that the committee and this commission undertook its due diligence and held for the community standing to protest and to ensure there's a settlement agreement in process here for an operator of a cannabis retailer, medical cannabis. And so I supported that vote on the committee, and I continue to support that vote. There's never been a discussion that it shouldn't be reviewed or handled or meted out for this establishment. It's the onus of this commission and the committee to be the only folks withstanding, and therefore the protestants, to ensure that they are good operators and good neighbors. And so we just want them to come to the table and undertake discussions about being a good operator and being a good participant in the community. And if we had those for many establishments, we wouldn't be in the position we are with some of our venues. And so again, I'll iterate the majority vote for from the committee and iterate my support for protesting this license here. Thank you.
I will quickly chime in since this is in my SMD, and Commissioner Sycamore, I see your hand, but if you can actually raise your hand so then I can see it more clearly, because then it pushes your video to the screen so then I can see it. So this is in my SMD. I also value, and I don't outweigh it, but I think it's important to see when the committee has voted on certain things, and the committee did recommend for the ANC to protest this. This is on a busy block. It's on 14th Street, so it's not next to any homes, but as Commissioner Chauvin has stated, the only people who are the only parties that can protest a medical marijuana license are actually ANCs. So there cannot be any community members that come in. We are kind of the avenue to try to get that community connection with, I get it, it's a loaded term of a settlement agreement. That is something that I'm willing to take on to talk with this person. I think it's really helpful. Their email address is here. Commissioner Fields, if you want to connect me, I'm willing to do that. But also am willing to support a protest so we have a seat at the table if that is what the commission finds. I haven't heard anything bad about this establishment or retailer. But this is such a new thing to 1B and overall to DC that I think it's worth engaging where we can. Commissioner Sycamore.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually see eye to eye on something. Congratulations to us. But I'm looking right now in Legacy, DC, which is on the corner of U and 14th Street. It looks like it's just shy of that 400 feet. Do we know of any
Legacy
what
is
their
not
status
technically licensed. So
got it.
It's untechnically licensed.
Such a little gray area. Okay. I was just wondering about that. All right, cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Just to be clear there, it is probably a legal operator that isn't in queue for licensing. I think that point should be made. I'm not aware.
I would be very, do not start mentioning, I will say Legacy is actually a great community partner. And the way that ABCA has their licensing set up, it is a first come, first serve. So that does not mean that they haven't tried to seek the proper or legal licensing. It is a very difficult process that all of these retailers have to go through because it is a bit like the Hunger Games. So
All licenses are in already. They're already in queue and the registration's cut off. So we should be
but I'm
clearly
saying
aware.
is
We should
we
be clearly
are.
aware of what's in queue.
I am
and
very
therefore-
aware what is
Right.
in my SMD, but I would say be cautious of flinging terms of if they haven't legally tried to approach matters when
Let
I
him
think
speak, Chair. My God.
Commissioner Chauvin, do you have anything else? You're on mute.
I hear your point, except we should know whether or not they are in queue for medical licensing. Either they aren't or they are. And we should know that information's available. I do not recall seeing them. I could be in error. So I will take that, that soft understanding there. Thank you.
Commissioner Sycamore, do you have anything else or was that a loose hand?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Fields.
I'll let Commissioner Kinzick go and then I'll close out before we vote.
Commissioner Kinzick.
Yeah, I just want to say, I understand what you're saying, Chair, because whether they're not on the list or they are, it doesn't mean they don't have intentions to, or they didn't miss a deadline. And we don't want to besmirch anybody's character or place, because they might have good intentions, or so we hope. And I think that's what Chair was trying to make.
Yeah. I'll just chime in too. I feel like I understand everyone's point. I get the different and varying perspectives. But we just have to look at it from a logical standpoint. As everyone mentioned on the call here tonight, the ANC is the only body that can protest. And so if we show ABCA that we're protesting every license that they present to us, I think it shows that there's an implicit bias and there's not really any thought going into it. In addition to that, we just protested Box Convenience Store, which was selling within the 400 feet or close to the 400 feet mark of an elementary school. This place is located in a location where there are retailers. So it's a very different place. And, they've applied, as we mentioned before, with Legacy, who did not apply yet. We know that it's a Hunger Games process and that it's first come, first serve. But those who are prioritizing their application and trying to comply with the district law should be given some benefit. But I understand that everyone has a different perspective again. But again, we are the only body that can protest. And if we're going to make our protests valid and relevant, which would have to fall under peace, order, and quiet, and there have currently been no issues of peace, order, and quiet in this area, it seems a bit out of line. So that's just my thought.
There's also other ways to protest. You don't have to just say peace, order, and quiet. There are other avenues and there's specifics that if a commissioner does want to raise that, they can raise that. I've stated before, if we are protesting, that we do need to be very specific and do go beyond the peace, order, and quiet. If there are actual concerns, to raise those concerns.
Right. At the committee level, though, the voted protest was on the order of peace, order, and quiet. So
Okay. Thank you for that. That's not on the agenda, but thank you for that explanation. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yeah, I mean, it is a matter of peace, order, and quiet. I think it, again, iterates. There seems to be always so much unease and misinformation regarding a process. And we can try to use a word called good neighbor agreement. All right, let's just call it that. All right, that's what we're trying to install here. We don't have good neighbor agreements with many people who need to be good neighbors. We don't know whether they're going to be good neighbors or not. We aren't there all the time, and we undertake measures in an over-concentrated area that is overburdened to all of the residents and has the highest crime in the area. We want to ensure
Just
We
a
want
point
to,
of
excuse me,
information.
I
Point
would
of
like to
information.
finish,
Are we doing
please. I
one
would like to
commissioner
finish,
per
please.
topic, 1 minute? Is that what
I
we're
would
going
like
by?
to finish. She's
Commissioner
interrupting my
Fields,
time.
I'm sorry, just
Order.
please let Commissioner Chauvin, and it's two
Yeah.
minutes per
Comment.
topic.
2
I would-
minutes per topic, and then each commissioner gets 2 comments. Is that what we're going by?
2 comments. That is
Right,
what
I'm
we
glad we
moved on
clarified.
for the consent agenda.
Sure. How much time do I have left? Been
We have about a
reattributed.
minute and 20 seconds.
All right.
It's a minute and 14, but I'll let you extend, but if you can, this is your second comment, just FYI.
Yes, thank you. There's just so much misinformation on this matter of protocol that is long overdue to be done better, long overdue for reform of all the rules to make it easier for the neighborhood, and long overdue for understanding by each and every commissioner here. Because not everyone has these in their district. Not everyone, I would say there's at least 3 or 4 of you who have never been to a protest hearing, never have involved in settlement agreements. And so there's just so much misunderstanding. And I hate it that I really detest that there's so much misinformation being thrown about here to adversely impact a process that has been set up and is the only process the community has to make good neighbors. And it shouldn't be looked upon as a bad thing. And I'm tired of the malignment that is undertaken by one of our committee members or one of our commission members, because she's wrong and it's not a bad process. And if we had it more often and we had more resources to do it right, we wouldn't have such a difficult place where people continue to complain about same establishments and keep having to call ABCA every night of the week, which there's 15 of our neighbors right now are having that problem because we didn't undertake a settlement agreement. And so, it blows my mind that there isn't more care in understanding a process that's been in place for 30 years and just maligning it at every corner.
Okay,
So,
okay.
thank you.
Okay. Let's refrain from, this is our last meeting of the year and of the term. Let's refrain from pointing fingers. I think there's definitely some understanding on each end. This is also in my SMD. So by your words, Commissioner Chauvin, I think you do want the commissioner of jurisdiction or whatever we change that wording to have a say. It is right down the street from me. I'm not seeing any issues with them. I'm willing to engage on a settlement agreement if the commission wants to go down the protest process, that can be done, and I'm willing to support that. But if most of the commissioners do not, then I'm okay with that as well too, and I will still pursue the avenue of engaging with them. But let's not start pointing fingers. Like, there's just, I think, understanding on each end of what everyone is trying to accomplish. And I think everyone has good intentions here. So let's take it down a notch, please. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. So my only question is, I understand the general concern with peace, order, and quiet with any medical cannabis dispensary. I understand the categorical problem. But what would be necessary for me to vote to protest would be someone saying, I have a good faith concern about this particular issue that is particular to this particular establishment. If someone who was at that committee, I was not able to attend every committee meeting in any month, and I did not attend the ABR meeting last month. But if someone who was at that meeting could briefly state what particular issues are at play here, that would help me vote in favor of protesting. Mostly, I don't want us to pay our expensive lawyer to go to a confrontation and with an establishment and lose because we haven't been specific about what the issues are. So I understand the general concern with medical cannabis dispensaries generally, but it would really help me vote in favor of protesting if someone could explain what the particular concern is with this particular establishment. Thank you.
I think that's a fair point, Commissioner Jones. And I will say, though, just as a matter and to kind of couple what Commissioner Chauvin was saying, is that by process, a protest, and it's a very loaded word, it does not mean we want the place to be shut down. You then enter what's called a mediation. We could have our attorney there, we could not have our attorney there. It's usually not a contentious thing, but it's to work out whatever issues those are. But I am also very curious of what the exact issues are of the place, or if just the issue is we would like some sort of community agreement with them. And I get it. The other part is that sometimes it's hard to get the community agreement without the layer of accountability for both ends, both the ANC and the establishment, to have a seat at the table without going through the protest process. So it's kind of difficult on all of those ends. But if Commissioner Fields, if you can shed light on one, if they came to the meeting, if they're willing to go in through some sort of community agreement to alleviate any concerns around the smells, the making sure the front sidewalk is cleaned, making sure that they have their trash collected, making sure that they're involved with the community. You have that. I mean, I have this person's email there. Like, I can reach out, but if we have those avenues, I would be, I think we should pursue that. Sorry, I'm at my comments limit, but Commissioner Handerhan.
I was hoping to tie a few broader themes together. So I know that there's definitely a history of ANC1B protesting quite a lot in service, always though, the vast majority of the time, of getting a settlement agreement. Two observations: being on this commission for 4 years. First of all, we have the most number of liquor licenses of any commission in the district. If we didn't have that, I don't think our protest strategy would make a lot of sense. But because we do, I think it is actually a mechanism to make sure that we as volunteers are holding ourselves accountable and holding it so that we can hold businesses accountable in service of neighbors and immediate neighbors. I think that we need to do a little bit of, kind of communications on our part to make sure that people are understanding this is a good neighbor agreement. The protest is not to shut down the establishment, but it's to have a hook. And honestly, we miss deadlines a lot as a commission. A lot of commissions do, and we do as well. And the protest buys us more time. I have used the time from protests to get to very good settlement agreements with establishments that don't have a lot of problems at the end. I think it's also incumbent on us not to abuse the process. We don't need in fact, we have a very solid kind of standard settlement agreement that any commissioners, on the committee, commissioner of jurisdiction, any one of us could, be working with businesses in the corridor. Obviously the commissioner of jurisdiction should be, leading that effort, but we don't have to have a protest to do that. And I think the piece that we're missing here a little bit is that there isn't as much collaboration and proactivity as there could be on some of these issues, that we could take these conversations offline. So instead, we're voting on a settlement agreement now instead of a protest. And that's not about this case in particular. This happens every meeting. And honestly, Frank and Sable have the vast majority of those licenses in their SMDs. It's so much work for volunteers. I don't know how you do it. So I just think that there's a process thing I wanted to comment on.
Thank you for those wonderful remarks, Commissioner Handerhan, as a man of great experience and thoughtfulness on this. It's appreciated.
Commissioner Fields.
Yes, so first I'll point to the audience member, Jeremiah Young. Just want to make sure he has a chance to go.
I will, if I see him, but you had your hand up first, and then Commissioner Sycamore just raised his hand, so I do see that. But I think he just took it down, so he does not have it up anymore.
Okay. Yeah, so just circling back on some of the comments that were made earlier about this entire process, as we all understand as commissioners who are invested in the ANC and understand what this body is, we understand again that this is a sometimes done in good faith or done to make sure that this entity will be a good neighbor. But for business owners who sometimes have no idea what the ANC is and simply know that there's someone contacting them, telling them that they have to enter a settlement agreement, it can sometimes be hostile. So, I mean, I could take the rest of this time to address further statements that have nothing to do with this specific license, but I'll just take a turn and go ahead and focus on what we can do, I think, or what would be amenable. I think we could vote to have Chair Harris, who is the Commissioner of Jurisdiction, initiate conversations about a settlement agreement with the owner or whoever's listed on the placard, and have a certain date by which they could sign or we would protest. I think that would be a good option instead of just flat out protesting, and just in the future be aware of these deadlines or placards for our districts. I don't know if Karen can send that out to commissioners directly so we can initiate conversations before it gets to this level of having an argument about whether they need a settlement agreement. We don't know if they're in favor of it or not. They did not attend the meeting, but they also weren't invited. So we have to just go ahead and give them grace, just like we're giving ourselves grace in this situation.
So I'm going to add a suggestion. So typically all of these matters are done at a committee level, and typically the committee chair does invite the establishment owners to the meeting. So then they are there, and then the committee chair also flags it for the commissioner who represents the area. And Commissioner Sycamore, I apologize, I see your hand, so I'm going to quickly get through this. That is typically what is done. I would add here that if there is a protest, a motion for a protest made, what can be done is the person who, and I can also raise the motion, but you can raise the motion and say that we protest on the grounds of whatever it is, and to say that we will withdraw the protest when a settlement agreement is reached. So that's typically how it's done. It is not done. The commission does not need to vote on me talking to them. They're in my SMD. I can talk to them. We don't need to vote on that. And we don't need to vote on me trying to organize that. Any commissioner is well within their right to do that, with their SMD. So I would say is that based on what you're saying, Commissioner Fields, I think it should be, if someone wants to raise this, to protest, and the protest will be immediately withdrawn once a settlement agreement is reached. Commissioner Sycamore.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we're 2 for 2 tonight. Good job. We're on the same page for this one. As far as this whole idea of trying to be hostile with people, I don't think that's the case in this situation, or really any situation. What we're trying to do is make sure that people are held to account, and making sure that they are being good neighbors. If we are coming across as hostile, or if we are coming across as trying to, if people are not educated in that fact, then we have failed our community and our obligation to make sure that we explain that to our businesses. So maybe we should have had them invited to come. And that was probably something that we dropped the ball on. As far as Commissioner Jones's comment about maybe more clarification, my in-laws are in town right now for the holidays, and they had made comments about the proliferation of cannabis and the smell of it, and that I believe falls under peace and order. It's one of those things, we don't want our neighborhood to necessarily become this mecca of cannabis retail, and you know, there are still people that live here, and there are people that have legitimate concerns about it that just live right around the corner. So I think actually protesting of peace, order, and quiet is actually still relevant here, because it just doesn't mean noise or physical traffic. It can also mean proliferations of smells and things of that nature. So I think that's something for us to consider as well. I hope that helps answer your question, Commissioner Jones. Thank you.
I think here's an answer to your question, Commissioner Jones. I think the
Provide
concern.
a little bit of context just here too, just to.
Go ahead, Commissioner Fields.
Yeah, so also just wanted to say on the call, there was no one from the neighborhood that lived around there present. we didn't have the commissioner of jurisdiction there either. And so there was no one there on the call that raised issues about directly in the area. And I'm interested to hear, Commissioner Sycamore, if you're saying the complaint that your in-laws had was more a generalized complaint of smells in the area, because I don't think you lived off of 14th Street either, or in this area, or whether it was directly outside of this business that has been operating and now requesting a license to update their business to be in compliance with the district. Because it's not like this is a new business. This business has already been here. So I understand what you're saying about not wanting to perpetuate a different culture in the area, but if this business has been in operation and there have been no complaints, I'm confused as to how we can protest on the grounds of complaints that don't exist.
How long has the business been running?
I'm not sure. I don't have the exact timeline, but I can get that and come back.
Okay, I think here's the thing. It's in my SMD. There's not like it's a busy area. I will say, do you mind sharing who were the committee members who voted to recommend to protest?
Commissioner Chauvin and Commissioner Eileen, and so they lived in the same district.
So
Eileen lives a block away.
Eileen actually lives in the same district and lives a block away. And frequently, I mean, that's typically where I run into Eileen is on 14th Street. So I'm gonna make the motion. I move that ANC1B protest. Give me a second.
Good Smoke.
Good Smoke at 1843 14th Street Northwest. On the grounds of peace, order, and quiet, specifically with in regard to the smells, the trash, for this license, the medical cannabis license. Sorry, I will repeat that. I move that ANC1B protest, sorry, it's been a while, folks, protest Good Smoke at 1843 14th Street Northwest on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet, specifically with smells and trash. Do we have a second? Second. Discussion.
Second.
Have you seen?
I
Discuss-
apologize. Someone correct me if I can do this or not. And I wanted to add that we will draw the protest at once a settlement agreement is reached. Do you have a second on that? Okay, great. Discussion, Commissioner Fields.
Yeah, my first question was, have you seen trash outside of this business before?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's trash all over on 14th Street. Yeah, it's not just them. I mean,
This
it's
specific.
them, and yeah, it's like it's all of the business's responsibility to keep the sidewalk clean. I have to frequently pull my dog away from that whole block. It's not just them, but they are a part of that block to not eat the trash off the ground. So yes, I do see trash.
Well, I think it's interesting that we're returning to this point of generalizations and that we're laughing because I don't think it's funny to the business owners. I mean, I know we probably want to get past this, but I think that I've held my tongue quite a bit on these ABR recommendations going back and forth with the chair and the people who live in the area. But my second question also was going to focus more so on your interaction with the company specifically. Have you spoken to them at all? No?
No, but you haven't either. So I asked you if
You're
you had a
S&D.
connection point. And so typically, because you were the ABR chair, you were supposed to coordinate those connections.
Okay, well, when I spoke with Commissioner Hollihan, he didn't tell me that that's what he was doing, so I had no idea about that. But then my last question was just sort of about entering into a settlement agreement that we would drop the protest if they enter. Just want to flag this as well for future reference. I know you guys probably don't care, ready to get off the call, but if we are forcing them into a settlement agreement saying that we'll drop the protest only if they sign, it kind of puts an unfair onus on the business owner.
No,
And
that's not. That's not what that does. And it automatically withdraws the protest anyway. We are just solidifying it in the motion.
right.
Once the settlement agreement is reached, the protest is withdrawn.
Right,
That's
so when you
the-
put
that
that
is the-
wording into the
No,
motion.
that is the APCA, but I'm just saying that
Right,
is,
right. Let me go ahead and finish. I'm just saying that when you put that wording into your motion, it kind of makes it seem that way, even though it's already what it is.
Okay.
So maybe not to you, and I know we both interpret things differently, but I do think it's unfair again. I hope in the future that we move forward with these ABR licenses, that we have some sense of equality, fairness for all business owners, not those that we interact with more or don't interact with more, or want to generalize or not generalize. It has to be the same across the board. And
I
if I
hear
were a
you.
business owner, I would be very upset about how one business is treated over the other.
And that's not the case that's happening here. I'm actually very involved with my SMD, and I talk with a lot of the business owners here, and that can be shown throughout all of the calls that I've been on and all of the protests that I have done. So that is not the case here. And for you to insinuate that, that is entirely unfair. I have worked on dozens of settlement agreements.
Just because you've been here and you've been working doesn't mean you have to cut down people who are coming in new to be a part of the community and these decisions and have different perspectives and different thoughts and different approaches. So I understand that you might feel like that was offensive. It wasn't intended to be. I know that you've been here. I know you've been putting in the work. So I hope you move forward and, continue to do it in a great way.
Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, I wanted to motion for an amendment. I'd like to have your motion replaced, because to juxtapose the primary reason for protesting, which is on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet, and modify that entire provision, which is the provision which is utilized by with with I forget how you modified it, but I think I'd rather prefer an and be in there with the focus on, versus modifying the whole previous
I didn't
protest.
modify. I'm pretty sure I said and. I said peace, order, and quiet, and specifically.
Okay. That's all I
trash
needed.
and
That's all I
smells.
needed. Thank you.
Commissioner Trindade DeRoman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you a little clarifying question. I mean, you had sort of talked about maybe an ideal framework where there's a conversation between the local commissioner and the business before it gets to this decision about protesting. But you're also moving now to protest this one. Why do you see this as different from, why should it not go through that process of outreach before we come to the possibility of a protest? Are we up against, I don't even know, are we up against a deadline? And there's not a date for the.
Yeah, this is so typically what has been done in the past is that all of the placards get sent to all of us, to all of the nearby ANCs, to anyone else who is on the list to get the placards. So some civic associations, community associations, those placards are typically, if they are in ANC1B, are gathered by the ABR committee chair and presented in front of the ABR committee as, this is what is on the docket. This is what needs to be done. And that has been done. That was done by Commissioner Sean Holohan. That was done by Commissioner Eric Bana. That was also done by Commissioner Dan Orlowski as well. So typically they gather all the placards, they organize them and say, okay, these are the deadlines. This is the deadlines. And then they invite the commissioners who represent those SMDs to say, hey, these are the establishments that are coming in front of the ABR committee. Could you please be in attendance? If not, let me know if there are any concerns. At the same time, the owners of those establishments are typically contacted to be invited at those meetings. They then present at the meetings and say, hey, this is my establishment, whether it's a medical marijuana, which is very new to us over the past year, or it's an alcohol establishment. And so they talk about their plans, they talk about that. It's an open conversation. At that point, the committee could then recommend, okay, do we recommend to protest? Do we not recommend to protest? Or does the commissioner feel like they have a handle to talk with them, because then the establishment said, hey, yes, I'm open to a settlement agreement. So I feel like the past several meetings, the past year, we have kind of done this at a very condensed process at our commission meeting versus at the ABR meeting, where that it has been done in my experience. So based on what I'm seeing here is that it actually doesn't matter, because we missed the deadline for the protest petition.
Which was when?
I'm looking at the placard, unless Commissioner Fields, there was another one reissued. The protest petition deadline was November 18th.
Yes, so there's been an issue with ABCA issuing licenses or placards after our monthly meeting for the month has already passed, so we couldn't vote on it. So I'll reach out about this one and follow up.
So they don't go off of our schedule. They release the placards and it's up to us to go on their schedule. And
Right.
they released the placard on October 4th.
And when did we meet?
We met last month on November, someone who has their calendar out.
7, I believe.
We met on November 7th. And then in October, we met on October 3rd. So granted, so we had a month.
Yes. I don't believe
Okay.
October to review it.
Okay, I withdraw my motion. I will reach out to Good Smoke and see what I can do. But this is where our next committee chair for ABR, we have to be on top of this. And I get it. It's very difficult because there are a lot of licenses, but this is a bit embarrassing because this is our one job. Almost.
I have 2 minutes, if I could. I am going to take 30 seconds. I've been opining for 5 years for resources for this committee, all right, for this commission to help, all right. Commission Chair Sable, Chair Harris, you and I have the most licenses, and we need help. When my predecessor left his position, beginning of this year, we missed 3 licenses, not just important to me, not just important to my direct neighbors, but important to Commissioner Handerhand's folks. All right. We left folks on the 1900 block of 7th Street that have been bad operators for 6 years. And this was our opportunity to bring them to the table in negotiations to be a better neighbor. We lost it and we need some help. I don't believe that anything's been done this year to proceed to procure funding or resources and extra expenses to undertake the measures necessary, though I've brought it up 5 times. And so I will leave it at that. I'm not leaving this, as this is my last meeting as a member of this commission, but it looks like I have to continue on this measure to be a focal point and a voice on a matter that's important to the 14,000 people that live around U Street. And it's for exactly this reason. So I appreciate the commissioners, my colleagues, as I leave here, for you to dedicate some time to help procure resources for this important process in your new tenure starting next year. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
So Commissioner Chauvin, just as a heads up, we have been trying to procure those resources. We have the attorney, which I know that was something that you had led and that Commissioner Eric Bina really coordinated, but we did try to, we tried to have another resource that unfortunately did not work out. We have Karen on board, but Karen is also only one person. So that is top of mind for the commissioners who are continuing, myself and others included, to the next term. But don't worry, that is something we know and we were aware of. It just didn't work out, unfortunately.
Thank you for that.
Handerhan.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
And then someone can tell me, okay, thank you. And tell me if this is an appropriate thing for a motion. I move the ANC1B request that our ANC1B consultant, Karen Lee, lead a conversation with interested commissioners to improve communications with businesses and socialize roles and expectations for SMD commissioners and the ABR committee, and report out on process recommendations at the February 2025 ANC1B meeting. And I will put that in the chat if that is in order.
No, that's is there a second? I think I
Second.
got it, but
Second.
question. I think this is a good motion, I think it actually fits for all of the committees. So I would move, and Karen, I apologize, this is more on your plate. I move that we amend Commissioner Handerhan's motion, to include all of the ANC1B committee meetings, not just ABR, but prioritize ABR. And then the rest of the committees. Do we have a second? Oh, man, okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed that last part. I apologize. Can you say that one more time? I apologize.
It was, I move that we amend Commissioner Handerhan's motion to include all of ANC1B's committees, not just ABR.
I would second that.
Discussion. Commissioner Trindade Drama.
Thank you. Something I neglected to mention in my secretary's report is that Karen is already doing this. I asked her to sit down with Commissioner Fields and Commissioner Jones and Treasurer Lakatos to do a sort of general process of institutional knowledge transfer, since they're all departing and they've been instrumental for the past 2 years. She's met with all of them once already. She has a second meeting coming up with Treasurer Lakatos. I think she met twice, maybe with Commissioner Jones, just to understand how the committees operate, what are their life cycles, how can she help to organize them? Do we need a shared calendar? Should it be public facing? All these things are already going on. I don't think we really need to direct her to keep doing it. I think she's doing an amazing job, as with everything else. The committee chairs that she is responsible for under the division of labor with the other consultant have already met with her, and they're doing this. I would encourage committee members to meet with her if they have opinions about how maybe things could be better. Other commissioners certainly could reach out to her and offer suggestions going forward. I mean, all those organizational things are going to be the purview of the incoming committee chairs, but Karen can certainly serve as a repository for best practices between the terms.
Okay, I would withdraw my amendment then. Commissioner Shiven.
Yes, I'd like to commend Commissioner Handerhan for focusing on something that's been a long time problem, a continuing problem at the beginning of the year, a problem tonight. None of the other committees have the problem that we have here on ABR due to the workload and the level of understanding from all of this commission, including myself, who doesn't know everything, and every commissioner here that has never touched a settlement agreement, never been at an ABR meeting, never attended a protest hearing. And there's several, at least 3 on here, who probably have not done any of those, and it shows with these discussions. And so I appreciate the top of the list procuring that Commissioner Handerhan's asking for here, and that this be given priority because it's been in shambles for quite some time, and it's a difficult issue, and it needs more attention. The other committees are not having the problem we're having here on the ABR committee. Thank you.
Commissioner Sycamore.
So we're not discussing the amendment anymore. We're back to discussing the motion, or is that moot at this point?
No, we're back to the motion, the Commissioner Handerhan's motion.
Okay, and that was okay. Silly question.
Specifically for ABR. Sorry, it was specifically for ABR. That's what
okay. Just silly question. It could be just a thumbs up or thumbs down. Karen is okay with this, correct?
I texted her before I volunteered her.
Okay, just making sure. Okay.
I mean, if I can just respond quickly, like I agree we don't need this, but I do think we need to move on with some clear action steps and not have this conversation again with a new set of members who are going to be even less kind of equipped, just knowledge base. And so the reason I propose it, even though it's totally unnecessary, is just as a focus and so it doesn't get dropped in the transition. If everyone's comfortable with dropping it, that's fine. I think Karen will do this. Karen is excellent. But I do think Frank is right that there are some things that matter more here to get right, and the timelines are difficult.
I agree.
think
All right.
let's-
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Commissioner Sycamore. Go ahead, Commissioner Kinsick.
Just, I saw a hand in the audience that I think wants to speak, so I'm just
I
raising that
see
point.
it. I see it. I'm just getting through the commissioners first. I think Commissioner Handrahan, I think, well, it's a very worthy, motion and something that if we want to continue it, that I will vote in favor for. I just think it might be slightly unnecessary in that I think we're already going to do some of this procedure with because there are a lot of new commissioners coming on board. So just wanted to flag that I think I'm glad you're raising it. It's very specific, but it's something that we do plan on doing. And as Commissioner Trindade Durama said, it's something that Karen is already kind of focused on in terms of transitioning folks out. Commissioner Chauvin, I'm gonna get to the person in the chat.
Yes.
Or in the audience before I come back to you. So just hold tight. Karen, can you go ahead and promote Angela Wildburn? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Hi, we can hear you.
I didn't have a question.
Oh, okay. No problem. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm looking for the question.
No, I'm gonna, okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Voting on Commissioner Handrahan's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Commissioner Chauvin, is that? Okay, you voted in favor. You voted in favor. Okay, sorry. Opposed?
So I voted aye. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Motion passes unanimously, correct? Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, can I just say, I know this is our last meeting, but y'all, please either raise your hand for the motion and make sure your hands are down so I'm not confused, okay? It's our last meeting, just please give me that one. Okay. Okay, moving on. Commissioner Fields, is there anything else for ABR?
That concludes ABR. Thank you guys for checking in. We're going to meet again December 18th at 7 p.m. via Zoom. All those who are interested in placards and licenses, please show up, vote, and help us make this a great community.
Thank you. Economic Development, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. The Economic Development Committee met last month. We talked about a number of things, two of which I'm going to bring up in today's ANC meeting. The first is if Howard Kurtzman in the audience would please raise his hand. Howard Kurtzman is and then if it's all right with the chair, I'd like to promote him to panelist for just this topic. Howard Kurtzman is ANC1B Economic Development Committee's liaison to an ANC working group about vacant properties. And how to deal with the problems of vacant properties and mitigate the problems that they cause. Committee member Kurtzman drafted a draft resolution. Karen, would you please promote Howard Kurtzman to panelist? Committee member Kurtzman drafted a resolution regarding the vacant to vibrant let's see if I can find the precise wording. Vacant to Vibrant Resolution Act of 2014.
Commissioner Jones, Karen, would you be able to promote to a panelist, right? Not just to take him off?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going, Commissioner Jones.
I was stalling until that happened. So Mr. Kurtzman can take it from here. And actually, Mr. Kurtzman, if you'd like me to share my screen so we can see the resolution, I can do that.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and start while I do that.
Okay, I actually missed about 20 seconds of what you said, so I should just review the resolution.
Yeah, give us some background about what the resolution is and why the ANC1B Economic Development voted unanimously to recommend that ANC1B pass the resolution.
Okay. So there is a little bit of history to this. Back in 2023, there was kind of a flurry of interest across the city, really, on the issue of vacant and blighted properties. There are literally thousands of them in every ward of the District of Columbia. And this ANC, as well as other ANCs, in the summer and fall of 2023, passed resolutions calling for action in this area. Different resolutions said different things, but they all were calling for action. It turns out that at roughly the same time, Council Chair Mendelson put together what he called a working group, which is different than what Commissioner Jones was referring to, a working group of DC residents and government officials and people from council members' offices to study the problem and come up with legislation. The group that Commissioner Jones referred to is the Vacant Property Caucus, which is comprised of ANC commissioners and liaisons from ANCs that have been meeting periodically over the last year to discuss vacant property issues and also to push for action in this area. And all of these efforts have culminated in legislation that Chair Mendelson introduced formally in October, and it was co-sponsored by 8 members of council. It's called the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. There was a public hearing on that act in November, which had over 30 witnesses. All witnesses supported the act. Although the bill, many of them suggested certain tweaks and refinements of it. This bill takes a multifaceted approach to the problem, which in ANC1B's own resolution last year, that was called for a variety of actions related to how properties get the process by which properties change title, for example, when the owner passes away, issues of support for rehabilitation, tax credits, better enforcement of existing regulations, requirement for owners of vacant properties to have a vacant property maintenance plan, and to have contact people available to their neighbors, things like that. Both a kind of a combination of carrot and stick approaches. And the bill does incorporate feedback from the Vacant Property Caucus. It also incorporates ideas in ANC1B's own resolution from last year. So the Economic Development Committee discussed this and proposes that this whole ANC endorse the bill. Other ANCs already have done so. And I think others are likely to do so this month. And then the resolution moves on to talk about some issues concerning implementation of the act if it were to be passed. So making sure that the relevant district agencies have appropriate resources and staff, that they communicate with one another, that there be a plain language explanation of the bill so that everyday citizens and ANCs can better understand it, take advantage of its provisions, and track progress in its implementation. The main thing we suggest here is that research continue on the nature and causes of vacant and blighted properties in the district. The Chair Mendelson's working group made some progress in that area, but there's more to be done. And at the end, we suggest some topics that seem worthwhile investigating, given the issues that have arisen in various discussions in various venues. The resolution also talks about the important role of ANCs as sort of the eyes on their neighborhoods and as sources of information about vacant properties, what's driving them, and how well various policies are working. So I think I'll stop there and take any questions.
Mr. Kurtzman, would you be able to take this off the screen just so then I can see the questions, some of the hands that are raised? Commissioner Kinzig.
Yeah, can you repeat all that, please? No, I'm just kidding. I'm good.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Hi, again, possibly another silly question. Does this include blighted properties as well?
Yes.
Or is it just vacant? Okay. Would it be worth adding that in some? Oh, I guess no, you can't because it's an act of the council. Is that correct?
Well, the body of this resolution talks about vacant and blighted properties repeatedly. Yeah, the name of the act though only talks about vacant.
Okay, wonderful. But we would be supporting both, just to be clear, vacant and blight.
Correct. Yeah, the provisions of the bill address both vacant and blighted.
Okay, thank you so much.
Commissioner Anderson.
Quick vote of support, or actually, I can save my comments for the discussion part. Sorry.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion? Commissioner Jones.
Madam Chair, I move that ANC1B adopt the, let me get the title correct. Adopt the resolution in support of the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024.
Second.
Discussion.
You're supposed to wait for chair to ask that.
Discussion. Commissioner Henderson.
Sure, trying to follow Robert's rules. Howard, huge thanks and appreciation for your leadership here. I think this is the kind of boring work that matters a lot on ANCs, which is taking an issue that doesn't have a clear constituency and making sure there's thoughtful opportunities to keep it on the agenda of the council and the mayor. And so I think you've done a great job with that. I think this is an incredibly important issue. People don't always realize what the levers are here. And I think no notes, fully support this, and also think it's a great example of what community members can do when they take an issue and run with it in the context of a committee. So thank you for your service, and I'll be voting.
Commissioner Shevin.
I'll be real brief. Howard's heard me before, voted unanimously with the committee to support this, and we'll vote in support here. Just wanted to iterate a point brought up by Commissioner Commissioner Sycamore on the matter of blighted properties. I think there's a footnote in the resolution, Howard, am I correct? About sort of following up with some language, some further analysis on is it empty? What's that term for a property that might be vacant, but it's at least just empty and it hasn't been called vacant yet? But there's some good language at the bottom of your resolution that will be addressing, I think, blighted properties in the future. And my last remark, the best thing about this is Howard's going to maintain engaged on this issue if this commission re-engages him and gives him agency to participate with this ongoing committee that will continue to study this matter, because it's not a done deal and there needs to be continuing reform and continuing discussion on lots of these matters. So I thank Howard for taking a brilliant lead in this corridor and on this position with this matter. Thank you.
Commissioner Trindade Drama.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention and praise one name that hasn't come up yet, which is Commissioner Sherman, who's done all the work in coordinating the All ANC Caucus on Vacant Properties. I don't think he's in this meeting, but just putting the good energy out into the universe, and he's really done yeoman's work and shown us what ANC caucuses can and should be.
That will be on the record for our minutes, so you don't have to just put good energy. We can send him the minutes if we want.
Framed.
Okay, I'm assuming Commissioner Handerhan and Commissioner Chauvin, you don't have any further comments. Commissioner Chauvin, thank you. Are there any further comments? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with 8 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and 1 not voting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. And then Karen, would you please restore Mr. Kurtzman's role in the Zoom back to audience member?
Did we accidentally, Karen, you accidentally, I think, moved the wrong. You moved
I actually like it. I mean,
Commissioner Jones
Commissioner Kurtzman.
to the audience. Can you move him back?
To my credit, the panelist line moved because he was speaking. So sorry about that.
Sorry about that. You guys get to get rid of me after this meeting. So I just want to echo what everybody else said in about the role that Committee Member Kurtzman and that especially ANC1A Commissioner Jeremy Sherman have played. The Economic Development Committee has a large mandate, and no one person as chair, in fact, we have 2 chairs, no 2 people as chairs can handle all of those things by themselves. I'm really grateful for Committee Member Kurtzman for taking on a leadership role here. And I would encourage members of committee, especially members of the Economic Development Committee, which has such an open mandate, to, if they want to see something happen from that committee, to take on that role themselves. Because frankly, leadership is the only way that stuff is going to get done. And the committee chair does not have the time to lead on everything. Okay, done with that. Thank you for indulging me on that. Thank you, Committee Member Kurtzman. The next item is something that we've already voted on once, but the committee asked the ANC to vote on again. This is regarding a parcel of land at 625 T Street Northwest. That parcel of land is owned by the owned by DC and managed by the Deputy Mayor's Office of Planning and Economic Development, or DEMPED. Previously, we voted to, I believe in May, we voted to endorse 2 ideas. Those 2 ideas were an electric vehicle charging station and some other ideas surrounding that, and to explore the idea of a dog park. In both of those cases, our support was, the way that the motion was made was somewhat, or the way the resolution was phrased was somewhat not 100% enthusiastic, because we wanted to see more of what those ideas would look like. In the meantime, a couple of things have happened. One thing that happened is that the group behind the electric vehicle charging station did not end up submitting their grant application for that. So that idea is no longer in the running. The other thing that has happened since then is the group of people who want to make that site under consideration as a dog park have continued to organize and have gotten placed on it. They demonstrated over 200 signatures of people in the area who are in favor of the idea of a dog park. And per the Economic Development Committee's understanding, there will be a meeting in January, or maybe even later this month. Commissioner Chauvin can correct me on this, but there will be a meeting about with the Department of Parks and Rec, further exploring the idea. The Economic Development Committee wanted to go back to our previous recommendation to explore the site and reiterate it basically more enthusiastically. Now that we know that there is broader support for this topic, and now that we know that other options are not immediately forthcoming, the Economic Development Committee voted unanimously last month to ask that ANC pass a straight motion, clean motion, saying ANC1B supports the North Shaw Dog Park proposal. So that's what the committee is asking for. I also agree with that ask, and I ask that you consider that idea now.
May I ask a question on this? Did the committee review the previous resolution that was passed, I believe, in
approximately
it was passed in 2020, probably, if not earlier than that, 2019. There was a resolution that was passed by ANC1B on the redevelopment of 1625 T Street, that would contribute to factors of the Howard Theater redevelopment and Duke plan. But did the committee review that?
If not explicitly, however, I know that those are topics that Commissioner Chauvin follows closely, and he's a member of that committee. So if it's all right with you, Madam Chair, I'd like for him to speak on that issue with in his speaking time.
No, I'm not talking about those topics. I'm asking if the committee reviewed that resolution that was passed specifically for this property prior to this commission.
To my recollection, no, we did not review that.
Okay. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Jones. The meeting with DPR, Department of Parks and Recs, was this evening at 6:30. And so there is about 25 people gathering, led by Parker Griffith and two of his members that are called the Friends of 625 T Street Dog Park, and they are making their best case. I informed Mr. Griffith that there was a motion passed by the committee, and he should raise it this evening during his committee presentation. And I said I suggest that this commission will fully support the effort, but of course this is the commission and it's a separate vote. But I am again, I don't have the term because I am having small computer problems this evening, and I don't have the term, but as a commissioner of jurisdiction, that's being changed with a new term going forward, hopefully after tonight, for the benefit of some folks here. I believe that this is in conformance, this dog use is in conformance with the best and brightest and best case, I forget the real estate term, best use case for this lot, because throughout the arts overlay, and then mentioned in several spaces in the Duke plan, but the arts overlay zoning amendments, there's 11 precepts to what should take place in our corridor known as our neighborhood U Street, and some of the vertical perpendicular streets, including 14th, 9th, 7th. But 11 premises stated, two of them stated to promote pedestrian traffic 18 hours a day. And what does that say to anybody here? That says that we're missing 18-hour traffic in lots of locations, because when you don't have 18-hour traffic, I will ask for my second 2 minutes here, Chair, if that's all right. If I didn't realize I was speaking so soft or slowly that I took 2 minutes there. Am I correct, Commissioner Trinamo? Did I already speak?
Hold on. You did speak for 2 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I can be verbose, as we know here.
All right, one second. Let me get Commissioner Trindade Duramo to get your next 2 minutes up. Are you sure you want to use it all now?
I do.
Okay.
All right. So there's 2 of 11 premises outlaid in the arts overlay zoning amendments of 1989, and 2 of them are to promote safety. all right, and safety, public safety, all right, and two of them elude in the same sentence to talk about 18-hour pedestrian traffic, and that's what we need in the U Street corridor. We need to establish 18-hour traffic, so there's more eyes on the streets at 18 hours a day. That's the fulcrum of our comeback, our U Street comeback that we need and are long overdue for. In this lot, 625 T Street, having lots of eyes and ears and dogs and dog owners and dog friends will be one of the best 18-hour traffic creations we'll have done on this corridor for a very, 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 very long time. And I can't remember the last one, but I didn't prepare a list. So that's why this is the best and brightest use for this lot, and it's interim, and I think it might be for some shortened period of time. I think it was 5 years with possible extensions, but there are opportunities for other more sophisticated uses down the line that aren't being shut out by this best use case at this moment. So I will motion to support the commission's dog park, or the committee's dog park motion in support of by this committee or the commission. And I would actually appreciate sort of amending that motion by saying I'd like to draft a 3-paragraph letter.
Hold up. There is no motion. You can't amend anything. Do you have a motion?
Well, I was motioning. So if I didn't demarcate properly.
Say your full motion.
All right.
You don't even have to add an amendment because you just have a motion.
Well, my full motion is to take the advice of the Economic Development Committee and approve the best use case for 625 T Street at this time to utilize as a dog park. Commissioner Chauvin should draft a 2-paragraph letter so that the committee that's reviewing this as of 6:30 tonight gets this letter along with Parker by the next couple days, so it's timely and can be utilized in consideration. So I'll reestablish that. I motion to approve the recommended.
I'm sorry. Support, please, not approve.
Oh, that's correct. Right. I motion to support the recommendation of the Economic Development Committee, and draft a 2-paragraph letter supporting this use so that it's received in a timely fashion by DPR Review Committee.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner okay, who's seconding? Commissioner Kinzik? Okay. Discussion. Commissioner Fields, I saw your hand was up. Do you have a discussion point?
Yeah, I do. Thank you so much for calling on me. Great that we're talking about, the available land space at 625 T Street. I just want to bring up and reiterate again, one person's suggestion to use the land to help Common Good City Farm expand and, use it for food and for farming. This person could not speak out and attend the Economic Development Committee in an official capacity due to conflicts of interest. But they did express and disclose to me personally that they felt that would be a good use for the piece of land. I agree. I think that a dog park would, bring some life to the area. But again, since the ANC cannot officially fund food efforts, and we know that we do have an urban farm in the area, I think that it could be of use and just be considered moving forward. So just wanted to add that context there.
Okay. Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, sorry to get really technical on this, but the committee specifically considered whether we wanted to pass just a clean resolution saying we support it, or whether we wanted to pass a clean vote just saying we support the thing, or whether we wanted to pass a longer letter or resolution or giving some context. And the committee specifically chose to recommend just a clean statement of support without anything like that. I would be quite happy to vote on a motion that's basically two parts, saying one, we support the dog. I would vote in favor of a motion saying something like, one, we support the dog park idea. Two, we authorize the commissioner from 1B02 to further represent on this topic. But as far as
That is
like writing,
exactly what we're voting on. That is what I think.
is my speaking time still going?
Go ahead, keep going, but I'm letting you know that's what we're actually voting on, the motion.
The reason why I would phrase it this way instead of what's being phrased is one, I don't want to vote on a specific number of paragraphs, Commissioner Chauvin. So I don't think that's what you actually intended either with that motion. And two is that by voting it and tying it to the SMD, the member of the ANC from that SMD, we tie it to the position and not to the individual. Commissioner Chauvin there will no longer be a Commissioner Chauvin after January 2nd. And so this would enable continuity throughout the terms on this. So those are the reasons why I would support a slightly different version of this motion instead of what Commissioner Chauvin proposed. Thank you.
All right. This can also be raised when the motion is happening, so you can do that live. You don't have to do it at the
Madam
discussion
Chair,
point.
just-
Commissioner Chauvin, if you want to withdraw your motion to then re-raise the motion, we can do that.
I will withdraw my motion and allow Commissioner Jones to provide the first one and the second one, if you'd like.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jones.
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
That's what I was recognizing you for. Go ahead.
I move that ANC1B support. Let me get the phrasing right. I move that ANC1B support the North Shaw Dog Park proposal, and that ANC1B authorize the commissioner from single member district 1B02 to represent the ANC on this matter.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Jones, do you have a discussion point? I have something. I think even though I'm in support of I think I'm in support of the dog park. I don't think that it's going to provide 18-hour traffic. As a dog owner, I'm not going to be walking my dog at 2 in the morning. Nor will I be walking my dog. That is a very just busy area. That's my own personal choice. I think, it's important to recognize that maybe a dog park isn't needed in this area. Maybe other things are needed, but I know there is a lot of support for the dog park. I want to recognize that economic development passed this. I know Commissioner Chauvin is very much in support of this. And so that is something that I'm willing to throw my support behind. I just would like to note that I don't think it's going to fulfill what the ultimate goal of what we want here. That's it. Are there any other discussion points? Commissioner Handerhan.
I'll just say, I think this is a site we should keep on our radar. It's just so underused. I'm going to vote yes on the dog park. I think there's probably farmers market. There's a bunch of things that'd be good. This is the one that seems to, the energy is around. I want to respect that. And I think it would be a great use. And we're a little bit handicapped because there's just a lack of kind of vision from the district, or changing, I think, visions from the district. And so want to just say that as the commissioners who are staying on think about this in the future, like really keeping the pressure on DemPed to use this really important plot. I will also send the 2020 resolution that this committee passed before any of us were on it, just for records. It was envisioned as a public disposition at the time, which never happened. So it is about the disposition. It doesn't actually talk a lot about the use. It just restricts development. So it's not that helpful, is the bottom line, but it's kind of interesting. And at the time, there was a survey with a lot of support for green space. I was just a member of the Civic Association then, but remember that the #1 use of the LaDroit constituency was for green space. And I think this is in line with that, even though it's not like formally green space.
Commissioner Chauvin.
Yeah, just one quick remark. I put it in the chat. Just this past week, we also got a short-term farmers market use for that same lot, and I expect they will operate it when until a dog park does or doesn't happen. It would take a couple of years out with funding and build out, et cetera. So I expect we have a year or two on a farmers market that's supposed to start up at 625 T Street beginning in April of 25. So some good news there.
There is a question in the Q&A. Is this the same space where the throne is going? Does anyone know? I feel like it might be across the street, the same area.
There is no throne established, no location established,
Okay.
and no funds established. So it's a whole nother conversation to continue.
But is that the target area?
Well, nobody wants it next to them. So it's a good question. There hasn't been, any definitive solution, and there's no funds. So if anybody's working on funding with the council and they're interested in that issue, come to the table to the Economic Development Committee or ping Commissioner Jones, or who's going to be here, Commissioner Harris or Trinidad.
It's not done yet. Y'all are still on for a few more weeks. So don't say bye yet. Yes, reach out to Commissioner Jones or Commissioner Chauvin. You got until January 2nd. Okay. Any other discussion points? All those in favor? Opposed? I apologize, Commissioner Fields. So it's that opposed? Yes, okay. I'm gonna say opposed. Abstentions? Motion passes with 7 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention. Thank you.
Commissioner Fields clarified in the chat it was a support. I don't know if that was
Okay, I apologize. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just saw that chat. So it was 8 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item for the Economic Development Committee is that the Economic Development Committee set a list of priority topics that are mentioned in the minutes, in the agenda package. These are for the benefit of incoming members of the committee, and especially the incoming chair of the committee. I will chair the next meeting in December, but I will not be chairing, presumably not be chairing the meeting in January. I won't go through all of them at this time because I want to be respectful of everyone's time, but if it's all right, I would like to highlight 3 items. One thing that we want the Economic Development Committee in the next year to look at is paying proactive attention to the comprehensive plan rewrite for 2025. The comprehensive plan is a DC government document that is a guiding document for land use, and it is important for basically everything in our neighborhood and in all neighborhoods in DC. Second, ANC1B's Economic Development Committee wants to follow at least 5 known anticipated and known major developments, including at the Housing Finance Agency headquarters, at 1617 U Street, at the Rita Bright Center, at the Reeves Center, and at the former Grimke School. And 3, ANC1B's Economic Development Committee wants to continue following discussions on a place management entity that is something like a community or business improvement district or something else in the U Street area. So all that being said, I would like to, for that note, preview one item that we will be discussing at the December meeting of the Economic Development Committee. It is place management. Councilmember Nadeau's staff are working on a bill that would authorize some sort of neighborhood management authority in the U Street area. We will get the full details. This will need to involve rescheduling the Economic Development Committee from its current date. I am working with Councilmember Nadeau's staff, and Commissioner Fields, I want to follow up with you because I want to steal the ABR meetings date if it's all right with you. But we'll follow up with that separately. So for now, the Economic Development Committee is planning to meet on Thursday, December 19th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom, but please be aware that that date is very likely to change so that we can accommodate a key guest on a key topic. Thank you. Please check the ANC1B website for further information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Administrative, what we're gonna do first is I'm gonna change up this order, is we're going to vote on a date and time of the commission meeting, and then we're gonna go into SOPs, if that's okay with everyone. So first, just looking at the calendar, and this is something we can set, even though a lot of us will not be returning. But right now, typically we have our commission meeting the first Thursday of every month. However, that falls directly after New Year's, and it is also the day that the commissioners are sworn in. So we need to move that. I would suggest we move it to the following week. I think that has been suggested by others as well, to January 9th. So do we have a motion for ANC1B's first meeting of January 2025? And the start time of that meeting as well, too.
I move that we hold the January meeting of the commission on Thursday, the 9th at 7 p.m. with a possible guest speaker at 6:30 p.m. per usual.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor, Commissioner Lakatos.
Just this is a sort of a point of information. Do we have to elect a chair pro tem still? Is that still a part of the process for the first meeting of the new ANC? Commissioner Hanrahan, if I recall correctly, he was elected the chair pro tem for the first meeting, conducts the meeting, and then there goes.
That's correct.
That
Would your
is,
hand want to come back again? And
hold on one second. Hold on one second.
he's out.
We did get a, I think most of us did get an email. Let's just go ahead and do that, but we don't have to do that in the motion. We can do it in the second motion. Let's just go ahead and do it. Yeah, but, okay. Are there any other discussion points? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. 7 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention, 1 not voting. Okay, let's just go ahead and elect a pro temp just to have it, just to have someone ready, just in case that is needed. Which I think you're right.
I have a motion.
Trinidad Duramo.
I move that the commission elect Chair Harris as the pro tem chair for the January meeting, as just specified in the previous motion.
There's a second.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? This is weird. Opposed? Opposed. Okay, abstentions.
Mike, can you repeat the motion? I'm sorry.
Yep.
We're
I move that
electing
we,
a pro temp, sorry. For,
And
for
who is that?
myself.
For you, Chair Sable?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair
I'll
Nicholas.
support that.
Okay, so there are, all those in favor? I apologize, let's just do this one more time. Okay, opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with 7 yeas, 1 nay, 1 not voting. 0 abstentions, 1 not voting, apologies. Okay, thank you. Thank you for flagging that, Commissioner Lakatos. Okay, yeah, that wasn't actually in that email. That is a good flag. Maybe we should probably flag that for Director Bays. Or maybe that was in the email and I didn't see it. Okay, now back to SOPs. All right, here's the deal. We're gonna go through, sorry, my dog is here. We're gonna go through everything, the draft SOPs, and then we will make one motion with the SOPs. We're going to edit them live. There's no need for any amendments, none of that. So we're just gonna edit it live. Whoever has it on their screen, Commissioner Trindade Duramo or Commissioner Jones. I will ask if you have questions, you know, you get your 3 minutes, please put your hand up. So then I can see it on the side because we're gonna have it on the screen and I want to be able to see that. So if you raise your actual hand, I'm not gonna see it. Okay? All right,
Point of information.
go ahead, Commissioner Shevin.
I have about 5 amendments that I delivered via email to Karen and a set of folks. There's about 5 items. Should I just weigh in during that conversation for the respective piece as Commissioner Jones, I believe, whoever drafted the TOC, the table of contents, raises each matter? So is that how we'll distribute or dispense with my edits or motions?
Yes, there's
Thank-
no need for any motions. This is just a draft. And then we will vote on the entire package at the end. Does that make sense?
Well, I have a bunch of edits for about 5 provisions. So
Yep. So we're gonna
during
do it live. We're gonna
We'll
do
do
it
it
live.
live,
We're
okay.
not gonna, we're not gonna hash it out via motion, via amendment, because that
Yeah.
just didn't work.
takes too long. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank
All right. Commissioner Trindade Drama, Commissioner Jones, who wants to take it away? I don't know which one. Commissioner
I'll-
Jones?
I'll share. I just need to double check that I can also display the timer. Let's give it a test and see what happens. I think maybe the answer is no. So Commissioner Jones is standing by with it pulled up too. So let's go to him. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Jones, can you zoom in for those of us who should be wearing their glasses? Thank you. I appreciate it. Commissioner
Chair.
Trindade Duramo, would you be able to, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones, I'll get to you in 1 second. Give us like a quick 20-second overview of what the SOPs are, what they're meant for. Unless Commissioner Jones, you wanted to take that. Commissioner Jones, I just recognized you, so
Thank you, Madam Chair. It will take more than 20 seconds. As I circulated in email to all commissioners in writing, I have grouped these topics into 11 groups. This is a lot for us to think about, and I'm sure that in the 3 months that commissioners have had, they've taken a lot of time to consider all of these. There are 11 things that I understand these amendments to do. 1, it establishes a default speaking time limit. 2, it clarifies means of public notice for ANC meetings. 3, it allows additional methods of payment for ANC business. 4, it establishes management responsibility for office staff. 5, it clarifies the committee chair election procedure. 6, it allows committees to have vice chairs. 7, it clarifies options to remove committee members. 8, it expands the mandate of the Transportation Committee to also include parks and public spaces. 9, it expands the mandate of the Alcoholic Beverage Regulatory Committee to include regulation of cannabis. 10, it clarifies the responsibilities of the Economic Development and the Zoning Preservation and Development Committees. And 11, finally, it makes a number of other deletions and small adjustments, primarily to consistency of wording. On a matter of procedure, my recommendation, Madam Chair, is that we group our discussion by those 11 topics that I've proposed, and that basically we vote on each of them individually so that we don't get bogged down in going through a 23-page document. I understand that other methods are also possible. That is my recommendation.
I get that that's your recommendation, but I would prefer that we vote on it as an entire package. And I didn't think you understood my question prior is that for people, community members in the audience may not know what SOPs or standard operating procedures are. And so I asked for a brief 20-second summary of what they're meant to do. And I'm happy to provide that. But since you and Commissioner Trindade-Duramo were the architects of this, I think it would be wise coming from either one of you to quickly tell the community how this works in the ANC.
Sure, I apologize for misunderstanding your request. The ANC is governed by two documents. Well, first off, the ANC is governed by DC Code. That is the law that establishes ANCs. Second, the ANCs are governed by their own bylaws. Those are essentially the constitution of the ANC. Those provide high-level ideas of what the ANC is and does and how it operates. The third document that's relevant is the standard operating procedures. The standard operating procedures get into the nitty-gritty detail of what committees exist and don't exist, how people get on or get removed from committees, what the responsibilities of specific officers is, and various other topics.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think so. The reason why I say let's get to, because there might be some sections where we just don't even need to talk about things. So that's why I'm saying is we need to vote on the entire package and edit it live and not vote on each individual section, because it's also standard operating procedures operate as a whole, not as individual 11 sections. Okay. Are there any comments to this agenda, supporting materials? Seems like most of this is still the same as what was prior. Am I wrong in that? I think this was already in there, right?
Yes, as I noted when I was grouping this, we're looking at here. This is this section around some of the wording. I'm gonna take it off of track changes for a minute. This should be tabbed in. I apologize for that. This should be, please ignore the formatting.
We can change the formatting. It's okay. That is something very easily
Please
fixed.
forgive the formatting, but this item that's currently marked there we go, 1:113 sets the speaking time, the default speaking time to a 2-minute, maximum of 2 speeches per person per topic, maximum of 2 minutes per speech, which is what we've been doing for most of the last year. And it also allows it to be like this rule to be suspended with the first clause that says, unless another rule is adopted by the commission for a particular session.
Okay. Are there any comments to this? Commissioner Jones, can you take off down your hand?
Yes, one moment.
Also,
Sorry.
can y'all, I will definitely be mindful and look at any comments. I'm looking at even community member things. Let's keep it to, please raise your hand for the specific comment area and I will get to you and we'll make sure we get to the timer as well too. So I just want to clarify, okay. Commissioner Kinzig, is this for this area right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to say, because it's on record, I really dislike that whole thing about limiting communities' time and commissioners' time. I understand the purpose. I get these meetings can be long, and I understand what Commissioner Jones just stated, that they can be changed. I just wish we weren't putting such a time frame on the people that that are here that vote for us and want to be heard. And I just wish there was something we could do that wasn't so infinite. Basically, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Shevin.
I sort of ditto Commissioner Kenzik's remark, except I've had no problem increasing by a minute regularly. I've done it for the last 3 or 4 meetings. Most folks are amenable to that, so I go both ways. However, part of the discussion that's a fabric of this problem raised by Commissioner Kenzik is that not enough time is allowed for discussion between community members, between commission members. And so I'm going to have an amendment further down that proposes a committee of the whole, where 1 week before a meeting, folks, we can all get together, commissioners, and discuss so we have better understanding of all issues and aren't forced into these 2-minute increments to discuss and disclose and learn and be educated about a 2-minute topic that is larger than 2 minutes for the first time for some folks, for the second time for others, but new information comes along. So I will have an amendment for committee of the whole further down that helps allay the fear, but I think both items allay my fear, Commissioner Kenzik, that it's pretty easy to do and that I sort of support it as it exists.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent point, Commissioner Chauvin. I think that will certainly alleviate. I think it would also alleviate, through kind of better organization, and I'm not calling out any particular committee, but a lot of the matters should be dealt with at a committee level where there is more time and more expertise dedicated to that particular topic. So it feels like a lot of times at our commission meeting, we're hashing out things for the first time, but really it should have been handled at the committee level. So I think that's important. I think, we did have committee of the whole meetings, and my first term, but unfortunately, a lot of commissioners didn't attend. It was a mix of things. So I think that is a good operating procedure that we need to adopt for the next term. So thank you for flagging that.
Madam Chair, a point of order, if I could.
Point of information.
I see there are a lot of hands up, but there's no motion on the floor, so I'm not really quite sure.
We are not moving anything. We are just discussing this live. We do not need to move anything forward. We can just discuss and edit this live because this is just a draft. So there's no motion on the table. We are not
Sure,
moving
it's also
anything.
right. It's also a 27-page document, so I'm a little bit afraid if we go line by line with 4 comments of 3 minutes each per line, we will be here until Saturday.
I hear you on that, and I will be very mindful of that as well too. I know some commissioners might be upset, but let's keep it to the bigger updates. I think this is one of the bigger updates to the SOPs, correct? Commissioner Jones, that's what we're sticking to, the larger updates.
Yes, Madam Chair, in the grouping that I proposed, this is one that I indicated was a significant update.
Okay, so are we good with this update? Can we move forward with the next one? If there is an amendment to the larger package of we want to change this, we can. But are we good with how this?
My comments on this one. It's not an amendment.
Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Henderson.
Super quick. I think the next groups of commissioners who are carrying on this work are going to have to figure out how to balance the opportunity for people's voices to be heard and recognizing the constraints that we all face and the community members face. I think attending committee meetings, all of us could do a better job at that, but we're volunteers who have lives. It's really hard. It's also not fair, I don't think, to ask a community member to join a 4-hour meeting to wait for their item at the end of it. So I think we need structures like this in service of community engagement, because not everyone can stay on for 4 hours. And if we don't have a process in a way to cut debate off, I think it's actually hurts community engagement. So I support this.
Okay, let's move on. Commissioner Jones.
Sorry, I would also like to speak in favor of the time limit. I will not use my full time. We saw this evening, I've seen at every committee meeting that the timer has been good for me, and it's been good for a lot of other people. When people start talking, they lose track of where they are. Commissioner Chauvin, I don't mean to call you out, but we had an exact example of that this evening where Commissioner Chauvin was articulating his position, lost track of time, and the timer helped bring him back to his position. So I want to just agree with Commissioner Handerhan that this seems to be an appropriate way to balance it. And if it ever isn't, it can be suspended. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Trindade Doramo, is this on this or is this just
Yeah,
a?
super quick note responding to Commissioner Handerhan that there is a provision lower down about how the framework of the agenda for each commission meeting should go. But it doesn't prescribe that it has to be done in a certain order. So it could, the chair next term could certainly move community announcements up in the line. And I don't think there's any reason that would violate the SOPs.
Okay, let's keep going, please.
The next item that I marked as an item of substance is this one here, saying any other, for the purposes of this part of the DC code, any other manner approved by the commission for giving notice of a public meeting includes publication on the website and via social media.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think you need to scroll slowly. I think we can just go to the big updates.
All right, give me one moment.
Request to pause back up. Point of
Would you please
information.
give the line item?
You went by it pretty quickly. It was regard to a relevant commissioner. I think I saw a relevant commissioner. This is the beginning of a systemic issue for me. Relevant commissioner is not in any code, and I'm going to put an amendment, and I'm coming forthright here, and we could come back to it because it mentioned there's about 10 what we call relevant commissioner quotes here, and a lot of them have replaced commissioner of jurisdiction, and that's a real problem for me, though I understand some need for it. I have a ubiquitous solution, one that's mentioned in the 1976 code authorizing ANCs, the Home Rule Act, that mentions a specific phrase, and I shared it with one of you earlier, and I'm going to post it in the chat so we can deal with them as a full cycle, if you would, and have the conversation on the next iteration, because we'll come back to this, because it references, in many instances, it removes commissioner of jurisdiction with relevant or related commissioner. And so, and the related commissioner is just not a term of art. It's very ambiguous, and it seems to be a little capricious outside of quoting language from the law from the Home Rule Act. So I'll post that in a minute. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going. I'm sorry, one scroll up back to the ABR, the on the grounds of peace, order and quiet. Okay, that's fine. Keep going. Sorry.
The next item that I marked as an item of substance was this one in clause 144. This basically authorizes the commission to make payments via debit card or ACH payment. Previously, this was categorically not allowed, but laws have changed that have now allowed that to happen. This is something that Commissioner Lakatos, in his capacity as treasurer, noted makes the job of treasurer much easier.
Yeah, great. Okay, keep going.
This is the next item that I had marked as an item of substance. This shows that this is about who has the responsibility to manage office staff and to assign tasks to office staff.
I think that's all clear.
This clause clarifies that committees for the purpose of the SOPs does not include the executive committee. And it was an ambiguous phrase in our previous SOPs.
Okay, we can keep going. That makes sense. Oh, Commissioner Kunsek, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to see something earlier was stated about removing someone from the committee. I don't know if that's something you scrolled past, but I'm interested
We haven't gotten to that part yet. But that's correct in the summing up flag.
Okay, thank you.
The next item that I marked as an item of substance is this clause 224 here. That just clarifies some of the voting procedure for committee chairs.
Okay.
Throughout here, I'll also note that we have changed, or we're proposing changing the language to allow only one committee chair per committee. I'll get to that in a moment and about why I'm asking us to do that. But before then, okay, we'll get to that in just a second. Before then, we have 228, which is also just following through on the committee assignments. Or committee, excuse me, on the committee chair selection procedure. The next item that I marked as an item of importance is 229 here, which allows each committee chairperson to designate a vice chairperson for that committee. And then they are a voting member of the committee except when they are chairing a meeting, at which point they're acting as a chair. The reason why I'm asking the ANC to consider this amendment to the SOP is as follows. During this year, I was the only chair of a committee who had a co-chair, or I was the only commissioner chair of a committee who had a co-chair. I am currently co-chair of the Economic Development Committee with community member Krishna Kumar. That process has been very good. I'm extremely grateful for Commissioner Kumar's help and leadership in that role. One weakness that I and Commissioner Kumar did not face, but that another pair of co-chairs could face, is if we got into a disagreement about something, it is not clear who wins. That is to say, if co-chair Kumar and I disagreed about when to schedule the next Economic Development Committee, it's not clear when it gets to happen. If we disagreed on a ruling in Robert's rules, it's not clear whose ruling is in charge. So the solution that I'm proposing to this potential problem to make sure it never becomes a problem is to limit the number of chairpersons of each committee to one chairperson per committee and to establish a vice chairperson for that committee. In both of these cases, neither the role of chairperson of a committee nor vice chairperson of a committee would be limited to only members of the commission. Those would be open to any member of the community and would have to be because of DC law.
There's no DC law for committees.
There's general DC law that applies to this, and there is case law in some cases that I can dig up later if you're curious. But either way, I don't think, regardless of whether it is or isn't the law, I don't think it is appropriate for us to limit committee chairmanships, chairpersonships to only
for that, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the committees are not governed by, they're not a governing body. They are simply an advisory body to our own advisory body. I think what does need to change here, though, is that a committee chairperson cannot designate another commissioner as a vice chairperson, and that I think that the vice chairperson should be voted on by the committee, not designated by the chairperson.
Okay, so the reason why I was suggesting it this way was because basically here's the flow of authority as I understand it. The commission as a whole has authority. That authority is derived from DC code and from the voters. The commission delegates some of that authority to the chair of a committee. The chair of the committee then,
but keep going.
The chair of the committee then uses that authority to run the committee. I effectively making the option of a vice chair subordinate to the chairperson in particular I think avoids a situation where two people with drastically different understandings of how a committee ought to be governed are put in a situation where they have to work together. I think that
I think though that goes against though, that's not, I don't think anyone is subordinate in like a committee. I don't think that also is really our democracy. We have to, I think it's better if the committee votes on a vice chairperson. The commission selects the chairperson of the committee based on the applications and whatnot. But like, I don't know, I just don't think I think it should be up to the committee itself to decide, not up to the chairperson of that committee to decide their chairperson or their vice chairperson.
So that, I mean, just to finish my thoughts, my main concern here was avoiding an issue where we put people with diametrically opposed visions of a committee into a position where they basically have to fight. And that was the goal of this. If this is not if the majority of our commission does not think that is a problem and would prefer another method, I would love to see another method proposed.
I think the other method should be voting. The committee chairperson shows, and the committee must designate or vote on a vice chairperson. I don't think, yes, they could be diametrically opposed, but they still have to work together because they're in the same committee. But I don't think it's fair if a chairperson selects their vice chairperson based off of the similar viewpoints of that. It should be based on what the committee votes
Everyone,
on
yeah.
themselves. The commission can absolutely remove that vice chairperson because the vice chairperson of that committee is operating from the commission's purview itself. But I don't think that chairperson should have the authority to choose a vice chairperson. Sorry, Commissioner Chauvin, go ahead. I'll stop.
Yes, I go both ways on this. I find that, I think we want strong people to lead, and we want strong people that lead to find strong people to help them lead. And so I think there's a little bit of a strong point to Commissioner Jones' take on this. And so that a duo is much more substantial. What's that greater than part of the sum? A whole is greater than part of the sum. That I select someone selects somebody that works well together and works on a mission to get something done. They're not going to go outside the bounds of what the commission nor the membership wants. So I sort of defer to Commissioner Jones' perspective here. But I did want to add a point, and it has to do with the ability for this commission to ensure that we have the best and brightest serving as chairs. And it would be, I know we shouldn't be writing it into the SOPs, but we should never have people, and I defer to the work done this year, folks that worked hard on 2 committees, but we all paid the price because we didn't get double the work done that could have been done. All right. And so I feel like that we should have had a strong community leader supporting several committees if we couldn't find a commissioner to do one committee. So we lost. I lost. Everybody on this call lost. Everybody on this commission lost. We got half the work done because nobody here can do the work of 2 people. All right. And so my big thing, economic development, and my big things, public safety, and my big thing, alcohol rules, did not get orchestrated if we had separate people running these teams. So I'm just giving a little narrative here, supporting Commissioner Jones on the way it's written, but also that we reach outside to find the best and brightest and make sure we have one person chairing, and we no longer follow in the position of having 2 persons lead 2 or 1 person lead 2 committees. Thank you.
I'm not disagreeing on that. I think fine, but I'm saying is that in all of our process, we always vote. We are in a democracy. We don't designate. And I don't think that is fair. Like, I think it should be with the committee to vote on a vice chairperson. I disagree with a lot of you on many topics. But what do we do when we disagree? We end up voting. And then that shakes out. That is the decision. Commissioner Kinsick.
Yeah, I agree. We're not in Russia. This is a United States of America democracy as a whole. This is a presidency as, you pick your cabinet. I think that what the next treasurer and the next set of commissioners are going to do or should do is actually, be able to come up with some flyers, get more involved with all of our constituents to bring more to the table, not to have committees of 3 people or 4. And again, I'm appreciative because these people are doing that on their time. But I think if we make it a little more welcoming, whether it be pamphlets and put out a flyer, not just having it on the website, so people don't have computers, people don't read it. And then to Chair Harris's point, they vote. I mean, I just think that makes it a little bit more equal and fair balanced overall. And I agree with what.
Commissioner Trindade Geramo.
I'd actually just like, if we could, to hear maybe from Commissioner Fields, Commissioner Lakatos, who have been chairs of committees. Commissioner Handerhan's been chair of a committee. How do you feel about this? I'm actually a bit neutral on this question of whether we want the committee chair, which has been selected by the commission, of course, to designate a vice chair, or if it should be a vote of the committee members. I'm sensing there might be a little bit of a logistical complication because the committee members aren't really. They'd be appointed in the February of each term by commissioners, and then I guess in March maybe they could vote for a vice chair. I don't know, because committees are so casual, and members can be removed for not attending frequently enough. It feels a little bit unstable to me to put this authority in them. We'd have to kind of specify when they would be holding an election for vice chair. So I really want to hear from experienced committee chairs how they foresee this working.
Commissioner Lakatos.
Yeah, I can give some context. Prior to being a commissioner, I'm not sure if it was actually properly correct under the ANC1B, but I was appointed as the co-chair of the Transportation Committee. By then chair of the committee, Commissioner Ewer. I think this serves a decent purpose. I would say I would lean towards the flexibility that the existing language gives, because I think that one of the points that Commissioner Trindade Geramo made about, if someone were not to be, not being showing up and, something like that, and then they could be removed from the committee, it would then have to create a whole other, situation. We have to vote for another vice chair. I do hear, and I think the other arguments are pretty valid. I think it could help with regular order of the meetings. Sometimes I've chaired all the meetings for mine, but Commissioner Jones has to travel for work. The next chair of the committees, might have to do that too. We all have jobs and lives outside of this. I would be inclined to keep the language. I think it would be useful. And also maybe, the commission itself could always, remove the chair or the vice chair, or honestly, anyone from the committee. And my understanding is those are the rules. If you want to kick everyone off of one committee, the commission could just take a vote to do it. So I don't think it would necessarily be giving up too much power, but that's my take.
Commissioner Handerhan.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to leave a little bit of more options for the future commissioners. I think fundamentally the logistical issue for me is not who picks the vice chair. It's, are we going to get anyone who wants to raise their hand? And so I think that there's similarly to when we tried to advertise chairs and vice chairs 2 years ago, the issue was having community members with relevant experience who were willing to put in the work. It didn't I don't think it was the vehicle for how they were selected that was the issue. So I appreciate the thought that has gone into this. I am fine with this as is. I think I would like to see the thing I put in the chat around a commitment to advertise, which I hope would be perceived as like a benign, friendly amendment, and then maybe give a little bit more flexibility, recognizing that it's hard to find volunteers to do this work, and we should try to get to yes, and we should not box ourselves in a way that feels like we're taking away choices from future commissioners.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's right. I think say may designate, I think that does leave it open. I think if there is a way to add in something of if the committee is large enough or whatever, the commission advises that the committee votes on a vice chairperson. I think maybe I think that's fine. I think, yeah, I mean, I'm open to this. I think it just seems a little strange to me, and I think it could lead to issues, but the commission is choosing and voting on the committee chair people, so we can move on unless there's a further comment, Commissioner Trindade Drama.
Nope. Moving on to what?
The next big update.
That's
But
fine.
I would ask if we can go ahead and add Commissioner Handerhand's thought of advertising for more committee members. That does need to be formalized. That needs to be a standard operating procedure.
Commissioner Handerhand, I'm proposing some slightly, oh, I didn't do track changes. I apologize. Let me just fix that real quick. Here we go.
I will say, okay, this last part needs to change on 20. I know you're typing this out, but Commissioner Trindade Duramo, since you're the other architect of this, no, not priority shall always be given. No, residents of the commission make up the committee members. We don't take non-residents of ANC1B as committee members.
Madam Chair, that would be a substantive amendment. Further down, you'll see that we do actually take, in theory, take members who have other interests, such as business interests or other interests. So I'm okay with us changing that, but that is a substantive change.
Yeah, that's always been in the rules as such. It's always been in the rules that non-residents, it doesn't say non-residents, it just says residents, and it doesn't say you have to be from the commission area. Residents and business owners who have interests in the commission area.
I can find that clause if you'd like, Madam Chair.
In the same, it's 2.3.1.
Yes, thank you.
Each of the other commissions all have committee members who reside in their commission. I think saying priority shall always be given, I think it needs to be committee members must reside or have a business in ANC1B.
Madam Chair, that would strip some of our members of some of our committee members of their membership. I know of a couple.
And who would it strip?
At minimum, I think it would strip committee member Joel Heisey on the ZPD.
No, what, and he has residence in ANC1B. I've already confirmed he has residence both in ANC1B and the other commission that he resides.
Well, like, what about like Patrick Nelson? I would
Sorry,
love to see
Madam
him.
Chair, I just want to be.
He's not, Patrick Nelson is he isn't a
a
committee member in any of our committees.
Madam
saying
Chair,
moving forward.
I just want to understand what you're saying. You're saying he has two residences that are both his.
Yes, you can ask him. He has two.
Okay.
Okay, can I just clarify here? If we want to, I'm not understanding if there's a sentiment to remove committee membership, the possibility of committee membership to people who don't live
Open
in
to all
1B.
residents in ANC1B.
So you don't need to add new language, you just need to change the first sentence that's
Or
highlighted.
remove the last sentence. A priority shall always be given to the residents of the commission.
I object.
But
I also would like us to vote. I'd like to do a straw poll on this, Madam Chair, if that's all right, just to see what the sentiment is throughout the commission and just see, because that's a substantive change that I wasn't prepared to think about tonight.
That's not a substantive change. That's how we've been operating for the
No.
past. Yes, it is.
I mean,
Name a
if it's,
Language
committee
allows
member,
us.
name a committee member who lives outside of ANC1B.
We
Joel,
no.
have been,
He
I'm
has 2 residences.
you
Ask
guys. It's
I
a
am
substantive change because the rules right now do allow someone with
for it.
business interests to be a member of a committee. I don't even know what
We
somebody
can
with
say,
business
we can
interests
say
means.
business
But-
has a business, but why would we have someone
I'll
who?
tell- I'll tell you why. Because residents who live just 2 blocks and 1 block over, okay, on Wiltberger and on Fifth Street are 1 block outside our commission. But do you know someone that lives at Fifth in Florida, 1 block outside our commission? He has undertaken the most effort ever done in North Shaw in my recent
He's
memory.
not a committee member.
Well, I'm saying there's been talk about appointing him, and he would be a fine new member. The person who has done all the work for 6 months on the dog park, the person that's done all the work for 6 months. Hold on, please, let me finish. The person that's done the work for 6 months on the farmers market. All right, that person lives 2 blocks outside, and he would be a great committee member. And I've been suggesting that we move forward to appoint him.
We
And
have
so
many residents that live in ANC1B. Why can't we get the residents who already live here on the committee? Why do we have to seek? We also cannot weigh in on matters that are not in our commission unless they abut. And even then, we still have loose influence. So
this
I'm
commissioner,
saying that
this resident lives a block and a half outside our commission, and he's done more work than many committee members that currently serve because everybody's busy.
I'm not discounting his work. I am just saying the commission, whether this has been formalized or not, we have always operated on that has been residents who live in ANC1B. If y'all are saying no, then fine, we can move forward. But I am just saying that this, I don't even know. Did y'all even send this to OANC?
This isn't even a question for debate, so there's nothing about this that we would have sent to them because we're not suggesting any changes with the
No, you
membership.
can send a draft though, but it's fine. We'll send it out. That's fine. We can move forward. If the general sentiment of the commission is to say that we want to give access to, we prioritize residents, but we will give people who live outside of ANC1B access to join committees, then okay, we can
That's
keep
not what
going.
that's not what the text says.
Then what does it say then?
First of all, I want to be clear that this is the allowing people with business interests in the area to join committees is the way that it's being done now. If we don't think that's fair, then we need to talk about amending that out.
I said residents of ANC1B or have a business inside of ANC1B. What Commissioner Chauvin is saying is that there's apparently an example, this is just one example and I'm not discounting his work, is that there's a person who lives outside of ANC1B that we want to appoint as a committee member.
Right, we are not, that's not our, we have not suggested that, we're not moving that, that's not included in our.
What I'm saying is that we need a line that says membership of each committee shall be open to resident ANC1B residents. And
That's what-
those maybe with business interest in the area, that's fine, but I think we need to add specifics to it.
Mm,
I
Is that,
object.
sorry, can we either vote on this or find a way to just.
We're not gonna vote on this. Is there, who agrees with
Yeah,
this?
but we can't keep going back and forth like this though without.
What is the straw poll? Please put your hand up if you are interested in putting in ANC1B.
But when you're the chair and you're arguing a point, I think it's incumbent on the vice chair to step in and just say, back to regular order, please.
Okay, sorry. Also, if we can switch back to the screen, there's nowhere in this document that we use the phrase ANC1B. It says the commission everywhere.
And say the commission, then put in the commission.
Sorry, I was lowering the screen into anticipation of Chair Harris asking me to do it so we could do a straw poll. Madam Chair, I have a motion.
No, we're just gonna do a straw poll unless you have a motion for the entire SOPs.
My motion is to do a straw poll, and I would like to.
Just
I would like to define the wording in my motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we take a straw poll, which is a non-binding show of hands, between two options. Option 1 is maintaining the status quo language, and option 2 is stripping out the ability of people with business interests in the area, but who are not residents of the ANC1B area from the authority to
Not what I was saying. Hold on, because I asked for this change. That is not what I said, to strip out business interests. I said I wanted to include the specifics of commission or ANC1B residents. That
Madam
is what
Chair,
I said.
would you please put your motions and your suggested edits in writing so that I can transpose them properly onto the document?
I think she just wants it to say membership of each committee
ANC1B
shall be
residents
open
or
to
commission.
all commission all residents
Give
of
me
the
one.
commission and of the commission area and those with business interests in the area.
Please give me one moment and make sure I'm sharing the correct document.
I do have a quick question. What about people who live directly across from the other side, say on a border street, and they have a vested interest in what's going on?
They can come to the committee, but they can't be a committee member. They have a commission that they can be a committee member of.
Even if it directly affects them?
They can still raise their opinion, but they don't need to be a committee member. They have a committee, they have a commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a general consensus of everyone?
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Jones. Hold on, Commissioner Chauvin. Let's do the straw poll. If this is what it is.
I haven't made my motion.
I'm
but-
asking, you want to make your motion. That's what I was flagging you for, because Commissioner Chauvin also has his hand up. So do you want to make a motion or not?
Yes, the straw poll, I'd like to make a motion with the straw poll. The options are continue discussing clauses 231 and 232, or don't continue discussing clauses 231 and 232.
Guys, it's 10 o'clock. You know,
Okay,
so can we?
let's just keep move on. We're moving on. We don't need to do a straw poll. Withdraw your motion.
Madam Chair, can we ask?
We can eliminate the copy if you want. It's fine. We need to move on. You're right, Commissioner Kinsick and Commissioner Handerhan. It's almost 10. Please withdraw your motion, Commissioner Jones. We will
Thank you
move
for
on.
the request. I withdraw the motion.
Okay, please move on.
So what's the language we're actually focused on? I'm sorry. So we're just leaving it as is.
Or
So,
we can, I don't have control of the document.
We added the clarifying commission area.
The text in blue is what I've updated today, or proposed updating today. And I can zoom in on that.
All right.
At the end, I'll be moving that we grant me clerical authority to fix little things that we have to renumber the sections. The references don't make sense because we added the new clause, blah, blah, blah. I'll take care of it.
Yes, thank you. Let's keep going, please.
All right, one moment. The next item that I found to be substantive is this clause 2310, which clarifies that a committee member can only be dismissed from a committee by a vote of the commission. We have never had to do this during the last 2 years. I hope we will not have to, but I think it is important for us to clarify that if the commission ever comes to a situation where it is necessary to remove a member of a committee, that we have a clear mechanism to do so and that everybody understands the rules.
Great, keep going.
The next section.
Let me take your hand down, please. Commissioner Chauvin, what do you have?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm good for now. Sorry.
Real quick, Chair, just so Commissioner Jones, Secretary DeRamo, what would cause someone to be removed, you know, other than a censure? What would cause someone to be removed from a committee? Not showing up or not? Like what does that mean exactly?
So currently, under our current SOPs, there is one explicit way that a member of a committee can be removed before their term expires. That one explicit way is if the Commissioner Chauvin, your mic is hot, just so you know. If a committee member misses 3 consecutive committee meetings, and then the chair chooses to dismiss them. So currently that's the only way to do it. What I'm proposing is that we basically we give the commission as a whole, not any one commissioner and not the committee and not the chair of that committee, the ability to remove anybody at their own discretion. This is basically, yeah. So this leaves it open to, it needs at least 5 votes on the commission. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
The next change that I found substantive is explicitly expanding the duties and jurisdiction of the standing committees. That is ABR, expanding it to explicitly cover cannabis.
Okay, keep going. That makes sense.
I'm sorry, I missed a piece at 2.4.1, and this is an important matter, and it's been pushed aside and, you know, not attended to. But I'm about to paste in. It's about posting committee members. And I'd like to change some language here, propose, if you would. This is one of like 4 amendments I have. Sorry, I'm going to post. It has to do with posting on the website, because all committee chairs are supposed to post rules, their operating rules, SOPs on the website. However, at that same time, we should also be posting members of the committee there and keep it updated, because it's not right for any of my neighbors to be in the dark about who's running the show at a committee and can't see who they are, know where they're from, know anything about them, know if there's opening. So I'm posting right now just a quick amendment here that they update that post to their SOP if it exists.
Okay, I think that makes sense. I think we're in all agreement. I think if there's been any pushback, and this is a clarify, if there's been any pushback, and let's keep going, let's go ahead and keep scrolling unless there's another thing. It's only been on the attendees.
Madam Chair, give me 1 moment to put the proposed language into the document so that we can all see it. Thank you.
Okay, well, we don't have to be silent on this part.
I needed to so that I could operate the computer.
You can turn down your volume, but I'm saying is I think this is fine. I think this works. Thank you for flagging this, Commissioner Chauvin. I've read through it. I don't think there's any, I don't have any changes on that.
It probably should live in
Anderson.
2.3, not 2.4. If we're okay with my fixing that later, I don't
I
mind
think
that.
you can fix that later, Commissioner Trindade Geramo. We'll make sure. It's
I
in the
don't
motion.
want to hold up. Can I maybe just say though that this feels over, as someone who's run a committee, no offense, Frank. I don't think we want to be so prescriptive. Things like 3rd consecutive meeting. I just think a little bit tighter for the SOPs would be helpful.
Very much agree. I'm sorry, can you, I'm working through these words. The intent here is to say that when a committee chair wants to appoint a resident to a committee, they have to, it's essentially like reading the wedding banns. You have to announce it at the first church service, and then at the 3rd meeting date, that's when the new member would join as a voting member of the committee.
No.
Yes, that's the way it's read, because as of now, the only committee that posts this, and it was done a few commissions ago by Chair Boehner. Or Benya, that is, he prescribed 3 meetings before one could join a committee. That's the only prescription that's anywhere about what a committee member joining process looks like.
So that was that. So I know what you're saying, Frank, and I don't know where that was. And this was almost a rule, Commissioner Handerhand, that apologies, Commissioner Chauvin. this was a rule or standard operating procedure that essentially during my first term and Commissioner Handerhand's first term, that a committee member could only be elected into the committee when they attended 2 meetings, and then they could join the meeting after the one. We already have a standard operating procedure before this that says, Commissioner Jones, I see your hand, you can put it down. We already have something before this that says the committee chairperson will appoint the committee members. So we would have to then revise that point in the beginning.
Right.
This is not the, I think, but what you're saying here on some of it, minus the last part, there are things that already should be doing, that the committee chair should be doing. They should be reporting out the minutes. And in those minutes, they should have noted when a committee member has been added. If that's not being done, then y'all aren't running your committees properly.
I think I disagree with the entirety of this. I'm sorry to say, I sympathize with the intent. I think maybe we could come to something else if we talked about this, but not at 10 p.m. I mean, if we'd worked this out a week or two ago, that'd be great. I also don't like that at the beginning of a term, there can be no members of a committee until they've all sat non-voting for the first 2 meetings. Like this, if it's going to be in the SOPs, it has to work in all circumstances, and we have to workshop this more. So I think we could, personally, I just like to take it out and put it on the back burner, and like we can talk about it in January again. Because I think there may be something interesting here about like, trying to make sure people show up. At the same time, volunteer, everyone's busy. I don't really want to be like terribly punitive to people who want to join our committees thanklessly.
I think that's fine. I think that should be eliminated.
Madam Chair, may I speak, please?
But 1 second, Commissioner Jones. I think what needs to be added, what wasn't added, was the putting the committee members, advertising them on the website. So that needs to be in the, wherever that falls with what Commissioner Chauvin was saying, that needs to be in there.
Yeah,
And
I have language for that, and I agree that this might be
Madam
too
Chair, may I
much.
please speak?
Let Commissioner Chauvin speak, and then I will let you speak since you're adding his updates right now.
Yeah, it's my intent. Actually, I have another piece that I'll post for the iteration of membership rosters on each committee page. And so, yes, and as a departed, and I'll post that in a minute, but I ask that the new commission take this up because it's been this issue here and they put it on January's agenda. I have no authority to ask for this, but it's that important to my residents and everyone that votes for us to know these things. So I appreciate you getting it back on the agenda in January. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Commissioner Chauvin, I'm a little confused about this because what I understood from what you were describing differs from what I understand from what you pasted in the text. And I wonder whether you might have pasted the wrong thing by accident. What you were describing was basically you need to post the members online. And I 100% agree on that. And I think that's completely uncontroversial. What I'm seeing here in the blue text is binding our ability to add to add members to committees at all. And I don't think that, and that is not something that I was prepared to discuss today. And it's not something that I support at this meeting. If we had the opportunity to do this at an earlier meeting, maybe I could have been convinced into it, but I'm categorically opposed to the blue text here right now.
I got it. I think he functionally withdrew it already.
If there's other text, sorry, may I have?
But let's delete this. He withdrew it. We don't have to keep harping on it. He withdrew it. He said he wants to discuss it.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know.
Now, also, please, Commissioner Jones has been interrupted several times, and he's one of the most patient individuals I've met in this commission. And I really like him to be able to talk. I can tell he's getting frustrated. So I appreciate everything you're doing, Commissioner Jones. And, we're listening,
Thanks.
Let's keep going.
The next item that I noted as substantive is a set of changes to the ABR committee so that it can cover cannabis and some other minor changes. There is also a substantive change on this part on section 25124. Who wrote this one? Commissioner Trendaji Duramo, you wrote this one, so if it's all right with you, I'd like to have you speak on it.
As if you weren't sitting next to me at Tate when I did.
I was, but frankly, I'm not prepared to speak on this part right now.
Keep going, please.
There is an
Madam Chair, this is a matter of substance, and I would like Commissioner Trendaji
Yeah.
That's
to.
what I'm saying is come on.
I
there's
apologize.
just there is older language in here about designating someone to serve as the lead negotiator on each settlement agreement, and we wanted to clarify that. Well, let's just read it out loud so I can refresh my own memory. The commission may designate a member of the commission or the chairperson of the ABCR committee to serve as lead negotiator on each settlement agreement. If the okay, right. We've dealt with this a few times, figuring out like who is going to be the lead negotiator on a settlement agreement. So this is saying that the commission may designate someone to serve as that lead negotiator on a settlement agreement. They don't have to. If the commission does not make that designation, then it's the SMD commissioner where the business is located that is sort of by default the lead negotiator. Either way, in case the lead negotiator is out of town or whatever, because the ABR deadlines are so quick, they can delegate that to somebody else if they're away and someone else needs to attend a meeting or sign a document in their stead. That's what all this does.
Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, this is a matter of grave import for myself, my 2,000 residents, and 14,000 residents that live with a block or two of this U Street, what's become a nightlife district that isn't very well managed. And it's difficult to manage. And I unfortunately, Commissioner Trindade Duramo, you do not deal with settlement agreements. You do not deal with alcohol licenses. You're fairly new to this process, and I appreciate your willingness to learn. However, I'm going to read a few comments here. And maintaining the commissioner, and this is the term I've been looking for all night, and I'll have one more amendment on this term to use throughout the document, and not a relative amendment, or not a relative commissioner or a related commissioner, because that doesn't give justice to the authority and weight on folks' shoulders who represent all of the licenses here on U Street. It's not you. It's not Commissioner Jones. It's not really Commissioner Kensick. It's not Commissioner Sycamore. It's Commissioner Harris, and it's Commissioner Chauvin. All right, we know the weight of this, and I find it very not unpatriotic, but undemocratic to move the power from the commissioners on whose back every night the operations and workings of these 400, 300 establishments. I'm exaggerating. It's probably about 200. But they're on our backs every night. They're not on your back. And to remove the commissioner of jurisdiction, and I'm going to change the term to commissioner represented the affected single member district is a term that is more relegated to wider use. The commissioner representing the affected single member district here should in fact be the person who is primary, and then give up that ability, or because they cannot do it, but give up the protest and the negotiation. But it should be on their back. They know the community. They know who wakes them up in the middle of the night. You do not, Commissioner Trindade. You do not, and I do. I
Okay,
do.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
okay,
I'm sorry. Point of order. This
Good.
is not a personal dispute about like who knows.
Hold on, your point of order is well taken. Keep going.
Oh, I'm
Not,
fine,
not,
but
no, not you, Commissioner Chauvin. I meant Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
did I have my 2 minutes?
No, but he called a point of order and it was well taken. So you can keep going, Commissioner Trindade Duramo, with whatever else you want to say.
I just wanted to clarify. This isn't about who knows better than anybody else. This is a procedural matter, and I want to talk about it on those terms, not whether I have a lot of bars in my SMD or not. I respect the work that you do. I respect the work that Commissioner Fields does and Chair Harris, because you have a lot more of this issue to deal with, which is why we're all here together, so we can share our perspectives and come together on something. The issue we're trying to address is that this commission has attempted in the past to designate who is going to be the lead negotiator on a settlement agreement. If we decide that that should always be the SMD representative where the business is located, that's fine. That's the way it's written right now. But this commission has in the past tried to designate somebody other than the SMD representative for where the business is located, and that was not in our SOPs. So Commissioner Jones and I sensed that there was potential for conflict here, because there was no provision in the SOPs for it to be anyone other than the SMD rep. As I said before, in the version that we're proposing now, the SMD rep, yes, is by default the lead negotiator, but this clarifies that the commission can designate someone else, or if the SMD rep is out of town, they can delegate that authority to a different commissioner in order to handle it and not miss deadlines.
Okay, Commissioner Chauvin, you have like 20 more seconds.
Is this my second set of 2 minutes?
No, your first.
Okay, so I have 20 seconds left. I didn't mean to make it a personal attack. I did mean to make it that folks that are not used to and or affiliated and or have undertaken this process do not understand. And never until this year did this commission, never, and I've been around for 6 years, have a problem with the assigned negotiator who is the SMD person.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. The proposed language on the screen, basically what Commissioner Chauvin is proposing and what Commissioner Trindade and Dramo and I are proposing is what is the default. And what, so it looks like what Commissioner Chauvin is saying is the commissioner representing the affected single member district is always the only person who is able to be it unless they cannot serve as the lead negotiator, or the I think there's some wordsmithing also that ideally would need to be used. What we're proposing, what Trindade Dramo and I have proposed instead is that the default should be that we designate someone. And in practice, that will almost always be the commission member representing the affected single member district. And that if no designation is made, then exactly what Commissioner Chauvin has asked happens. So what Commissioner Trindade Dramo and I are proposing offers the commission more flexibility. For example, how do you know whether I cannot serve? What happens if I repeatedly say, oh yeah, I'll cover that, and then I never follow through on it? Who determines that I cannot serve? Right now, with Commissioner Chauvin's proposed language, that's completely ambiguous. And if I always say, yeah, I'll do it and never do it, the commission's out of luck. If we do it this way, then my bad reputation as someone who doesn't follow through on ABR things has a consequence, which is if I repeatedly don't show up for things in my single member district and it's impacting the next single member district, maybe the other guy or the other member of the committee says, actually, let me take this one, and backs it up with a vote of the commission. So in general, I do think that we should be setting designating people on a one-by-one basis, instead of committing ourselves to a rule that we can't break. And also with specifically the wording here, I worry that it will, I'm sad that I didn't see this language earlier so that I could help at least mitigate some of the concerns that I'm having from the precise wording the Commissioner Chauvin has proposed. But anyway, I'm worried about both the general concept of locking us into certain designees, and I'm worried about the specific wording of how it's being proposed in this context.
I think this is open enough. It says the commission may designate. It doesn't mean it's requiring the commission.
Sorry, Madam Chair, but I'm talking about what he put in the chat.
I'm aware. Please let me finish this time. I don't think you are listening to me. Instead, you're anticipating what I may not say exactly in your terms. I am saying I think this is open enough. I think, Frank, this Commissioner Chauvin, I apologize. This is open enough that it still leads. You both are on the same page. This is the same thing that you're saying. If you remove the word may, then I would have an issue, but it says the commission may. The commission doesn't have to. And then because the commission doesn't have to, it automatically defaults to the SMD person, as it always does. I will say OANC might take issue with this, but it seems open enough that it seems fine. And it accomplishes exactly what you were looking for too, Commissioner Chauvin. Let's move on. Commissioner Trindade Durham, I'll let you go. Commissioner Chauvin, I think you had your hand up, residual hand. But Commissioner Trindade, can we scroll and can you talk while we scroll? Or are you scrolling? Who's scrolling? Okay, scroll, Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Trindade Durham, if you can go, we get to the next part.
Nope. Am I still speaking on the previous, or are we moving on?
You know, you can still speak on the previous one, but we're just scrolling to the next.
Okay.
so we
Did
can
not
get
clear what was
there.
happening there.
All
I
right.
didn't have the existing SOPs open. I went and found them and opened them. Sorry, I should have had that on hand. The problem with the existing ones is that it says they're ripe for conflict because it says the commissioner of jurisdiction shall be the lead negotiator on every settlement agreement. The commission may appoint the committee chair or a committee member to represent the commission during negotiation of a settlement agreement. So that sounds like the SMD commissioner is the lead negotiator and the commissioner is appointing somebody else to represent the commission during the negotiations. Now there are two parties and they're not on the same page. We didn't want that to happen anymore. That was the impetus for writing it in a different way. Once again, the SMD representative where the business is located should be the lead negotiator unless the commission for some reason finds that it should be somebody else because of expertise, because somebody's out of town, whatever the deal is.
And that'll still be voted on at the commission regardless. So
right.
let's keep going. I think this is we're all on the same page. It's just different verbiage.
Keep going. Let's go. Come on.
So we're stopping here because there were changes to the ZPD committee and the Economic Development Committee's jurisdictions slightly to take them out of conflict. Let's see. Yeah, so specifically in ZPD, currently the phrasing gives, let me back up a second, sorry. The current phrasing of our SOPs gives the responsibility of dealing with certain items to both ZPD and the Economic Development Committee. For example, zoning related to something that will eventually become a public disposition. In practice, what we have done is that when I was ZPD chair and when Commissioner Hanrahan was Economic Development Committee chair, is we talked it out and we worked it out. What I'm proposing what I'm proposing is small changes here to break out those responsibilities more explicitly so that if there is a difference in understanding and the two committee chairs don't come to an agreement, there's at least a starting point on who is more right.
Okay, no. What are you saying is that you're saying you're not breaking this down in simple terms. Is this,
I apologize, Madam.
you're putting DIMPED public properties in ZPD, or are you leaving that in economic development when the line is for public disposition process? Where is the line?
Give me one moment, please. PUDs, Private dispositions of public land. So this would put private dispositions of public land and PUDs under the exclusive responsibility of the Economic Development Committee and not have them be under both ZPD and economic development.
I would move back as someone who worked on, if the planned unit development is for public properties, then that should be under economic development. If the planned unit development is for private properties, that should be in ZPD. I would say you should put,
That's
I
not what
think
our
that,
sorry, please.
I think that's the way it still should be, because there is a lot of expertise of private developments on the current ZPD committee, as where on public properties, there's a lot of expertise on economic development. That is where the line has always been, because that is where the expertise has been.
So I believe that that is what has happened in practice. But according to the current version of our SOPs, that is before, not the version that you're looking at now, but currently the Economic Development Committee theoretically has responsibility for handling PUDs. I would be totally fine moving that to the ZPD committee's responsibility, but that is not currently what our SOPs describe. I think we have just
you should move it.
think we've just been operating outside of our SOPs, which is okay, but then we should just change the SOPs to match how we actually want things to operate.
I think you should move that to the ZPD if it's a private planned unit development. I think you don't have to include public planned unit development because it's the private disposition of public land. If that so happens to be a PUD, that would still fall under economic development. But the private PUD should be handled under ZPD because that's how it's been done and that's where the expertise is. I'm not saying that economic development couldn't handle that, but it's just, I would trust the experts on ZPD on this versus, no offense, on the economic development, because that's what has been worked on. Commissioner Shiven, is that a residual hand or is that one with this? Okay, Commissioner Handerhan.
I think clarity on the primary committee of jurisdiction is the most important thing here. I'm fine with the delineation or in the proposed change that Chair Harris just made. I do think that more accurately reflects how this has been operating. I don't think we have to do that forever and in perpetuity, but I think the most important thing is clarity, so it's not doubling up on projects.
Yeah, and I don't think one committee should outweigh the other. It should just be clear swim lanes of this committee handles this and this committee handles this. Okay, great. Let's keep going. I'm not seeing any other hands.
At 2543 needs a clarification then.
I think I
Oh, on
did.
public land. Okay.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you for making sure.
You want to maybe just put projects that involve a PUD on public land? I don't know what the word require. Yeah.
Sure. This is the final change by my recollection that I consider substantive. That change is expanding the mandate of the Committee on Transportation to include parks and public space.
Great.
Yes, that's great.
Let's make sure, don't celebrate yet. Let me make sure that I haven't missed anything. Yes, those are all the changes that I indicated as substantive. That my perception of what is substantive is not necessarily unanimous, and I know that Commissioner Chauvin has other things that he's interested in talking about.
Okay, Commissioner Chauvin, go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead.
I have two items. One I referenced already, and perhaps it could just be shortened. It's a paragraph on the committee of the whole that is missing from our current process, and that would be behoove all new commissioners, since 3/4 of the commission will be new starting in January. So I'm going to paste some language that I cut from 1E's operating procedures, and 20 seconds here. And then I have my one ubiquitous request for the change of the language on affected commissioner, which was changed from committee or commissioner of jurisdiction. And I have a legal used a term that I'll post in just a second after I post my first item on the committee of the whole. And
I
that's
think
it
we
for me.
all generally accept the committee of the whole one, and I trust as you pasting that, but I think it will be very, very helpful for the commission next term and moving forward. Commissioner Trindade Geramo, do you want to go ahead?
I want to say I absolutely love the idea of a committee of the whole. I absolutely do not want to handle it at 10:30 today. I don't want to paste in what 1E says about it. They have a number of days when the committee
You got
of
it.
the whole has to meet. It says the word 1E in it. I mean, we need to clean it up, and I'm happy to do that. I don't want to do it now. I want to go eat. So I think this is kind of another thing that I would suggest. We recommend that the commission pick up in January. To underscore, I love the idea. I think we should have been operating this way this year. Happy to consider it, but not without like clean final language.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
fine. Commissioner Handerhan.
I was just gonna say, I think more discussion at some point is warranted around clarifying what I think is the intent here, which is not to hold a public meeting, another public meeting every month. Which I think we just have to be really thoughtful about. We hosted like office hours. No decisions can be made by a committee of the whole. And so I just want to make sure we're like all
So-
in agreement. This is not a public meeting, or if it is.
It is. It has to be. So sorry. It has to be public. It just is nothing is voted on. So everything is streamed and talked about and discussed, but nothing is voted on. But because it's a quorum of commissioners, it has to be public.
Got it. So the burden to notice it, the responsibility for members to show up 2 weeks consecutively. It's a big administrative burden. I do think it would be
It's
really
an
helpful.
administrative. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks. And I do I worry about the public nature of some of these meetings, but I'm not going to be on. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear on what it meant and didn't mean. Thank you.
So I think the intent of it though, quickly, is that because these meetings are now going to like over 4 hours, the committee of the whole is supposed to help cut that. And I do believe those do, because those are where things are hashed out or discussed very quickly. So then it isn't all pushed into the commission meeting one time a month. But I hear you, Commissioner Handerhan. As someone who is continuing on that.
Yeah. My other thing though is like that's what the committee meetings are for, but commissioners don't really go to those outside what they chair. And so I just wouldn't want to create a like another version. But it could be different.
It wouldn't require a quorum. It'd be a committee of the whole. This is where we discuss it. Nothing is voted on. It has to be public. It is just almost an administrative, let's get our things in order before we do. It's like a run of show. It's like a dress rehearsal before the commission meeting.
Got it.
Commissioner Jones, maybe we can call this a clerical thing to review later if we're all gonna go for this wording change. I'm not sure every single place it makes sense.
Yeah, I think I am personally okay with, and I think, I think other commissioners, you can nod to utilize the language representing the affected single member district. I'm okay with moving forward on that. We don't need to change that just yet. We could put it in the motion to designate Commissioner Trindade Geramo to change that. If we're good, if I can see everyone's head nodding and I'm not forcing anyone because I know
Yes,
it's.
let's go, come on.
Listen, I've been trying.
I'm sorry. I
Um,
didn't-
I actually didn't know you were off of mute. Okay, let's go ahead and take this off. Do we have a motion for these SOPs?
I motion to adopt the SOPs as discussed and amended this evening.
You want to add anything with Commissioner Trindade Duramo? Like giving the commission, giving him authority to make any clerical and necessary changes that we've discussed?
I'll ditto that.
Okay,
Yes.
we have a second
I second.
discussion.
The only thing I'd say, this should have been a special meeting.
All those in favor,
Well, are we still with discussion?
go ahead. What else do you have to say?
Just very quickly, I'm sorry, I've been quiet this whole time, but yes, I think for the next time, we do need to make sure we have this as a special meeting. I think this is a disservice to us and to our constituents, having pushed through all of this without appropriate discussion. I admire the work that both Commissioners Trinidad Duramo and Jones have done. It's fantastic, but yeah, this needs to be a special meeting for next time to keep in mind for next term. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Yeah, ideally a special meeting would have been good. This package of amendments has been in the inbox of every member of this commission since August 25th. And I really thought that having over 100 days to review the changes would have allowed people the time to go through and understand them, to ask questions to the drafters, to think about alternate amendments, and to put those alternate amendments in writing. If we had done that, maybe we would not have needed a special amendment, and maybe we would not have needed to go line by line, special meeting, and maybe we would not have needed to go line by line. I really would appreciate it if, when people are considering matters of importance like the standard operating procedures and like the bylaws, if they could put in the work to go through, especially when they have 3 months or over 100 days to go through and put in writing what their concerns are, and maybe even come back to it a second time and then look through it again. That would have really eased this meeting this time if we had had items in writing and if people already knew generally how they wanted to vote on this. But yeah, in general, also, I agree, a special meeting for a topic is important, is generally appropriate.
Commissioner Shevin.
Yes,
Here.
while I agree with Commissioner Jones, if I had had a 3-month timeline instead of always a deadline in a month and 30 days, I had it all ready to go. But if we had had a 3-month period to know that we had a time versus we extended it for 3 times. So I'm saying that the calendar wasn't of interest for people that are busy and that would rather have had looked at a time that was respectful of our time and commitment also. So I just ask that, we look at a 3-month period going forward, versus a 30-day continuing period that didn't work for me at least. And I apologize for dragging folks through and appreciate your ear on my amendments tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we're at the vote. All those in favor? I will wait. Opposed? Abstentions? The SOPs passed unanimously. Thank you. All right. Moving on.
Thanks everyone who drove this process forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's not perfect, but it
Jones.
really a lot of work and a lot of good stuff. So
It was perfect.
Yes. I will ask once those are ready, and I'm happy to send over a draft. We do need to send it over to OANC to check over. Okay, Office of the Council Member. Nicole, you're still with us. Thank you.
I am still with you guys. All right, I'm gonna try to go through this quickly. So we had our second to last meeting of the council of this council period. this week, so there's only one more left. And so there were a few bills under our committee that went through first reading. They will go through second reading at the next meeting on the 17th. One is the fake tags bill that we've talked about a bunch here to try to crack down on fake tags, a really big concern for traffic safety in the city. And then the other is a bill from Councilmember Allen that we moved through our committee that regulates food delivery activity. It brings the ability to enforce traffic violations on food delivery vehicles, like through Uber Eats and Grubhub and things like that, under the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, which is in our committee, and set stronger requirements for ride-hailing vehicles and carriers for hire to like display insignia showing that they're, an Uber Eats driver or whatever it might be. We also did a first vote on our soundproofing legislation that sets soundproofing standards for new residential construction in mixed-use corridors and entertainment districts. Really, the intent is to protect vibrant musical and cultural history of neighborhoods while giving relief to residents. And the council also passed a companion bill from the chairman, the Amplified Sound Mitigation Act, which also went through our committee, and that establishes decibel levels for amplified sound for like street performers and creates a non-MPD enforcement process. Also this week, public safety, there was a joint oversight hearing of our committee, Councilmember Janice Lewis George's committee and Councilmember Pinto's committee on oversight of OUC, specifically about their technology issues. OUC is the agency that runs both our 911 and our 311 systems. The council member has really been pushing OUC over the last several months over a lot of systemic problems we're seeing at the agency. And there are some kind of technology specific issues that are resulting in delayed and incorrect responses to 911 emergencies. And so at the hearing, the council member asked a lot about protocols for when power goes down or a database goes down. How is OUC responding? How are they nimble to still be able to provide adequate service when folks call 911? What redundancies are in place and what kind of training OUC employees have to handle 911 calls when that system is down. No technology platform is 100% all the time or has zero downtime. So we really want that downtime to get as close as possible to zero, but also make sure there are systems in place to accommodate for that if the technology does go down, that we can still be dispatching our emergency first responders. Additionally, so I think I've updated this group before on our investigation into the Empower ride-hailing app. On Tuesday, November 26th, the DC Superior Court judge ordered Empower to cease operations until it registers with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles as a for-hire service. We are really just reiterating that what's most important here is that riders and drivers are protected from unscrupulous practices of a business that thought it should not be accountable or held to the same standards as other ride-hailing apps in the city. So our investigation in our committee is ongoing, and there'll be more to come on that. Lastly, in 1B specifically, very exciting, the implementation of the U Street Performance Parking Zone will begin on December 17th. So we're really looking forward to that. And then our next BOYB, which is the opportunity for constituents to come and speak with the council member one-on-one on anything you'd like to speak with her about, is going to be Thursday, December 12th from 6 to 8 at Utopia Eatery. That's at 1301 U Street. So it'll be in 1B. Hope to see folks there, and feel free to share with your constituents if you'd like. And that's all for me. I think I went fast. I had plenty more to say, but we'll let everyone go to sleep. But I'm happy to take questions.
Commissioner Kinsler.
Yeah, I just thank you for waiting this long. Appreciate it. And Nicole, I genuinely really appreciate everything you've done with helping me with those issues with the legal building. Seriously, I couldn't have done it without you. I was making calls, going by there. You came in like just really helpful, and me and my constituents are extremely grateful for everything you did. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Oh, I've got a question.
Okay, can you next time raise your hand? I can't see you when you raise your hand right there. Go ahead, Commissioner Sycamore.
Thanks, Nicole, and you've been really helpful with me the past couple weeks. So thank you so much for all your help. One thing that I wanted to kind of tag with you really quick, and I think it's a broader issue, but a couple of constituents have talked about the performance parking with me, is that a lot of people who live in the performance parking areas aren't able to get RPPs because they live in a commercial zone or what have you, and they live in bigger buildings, so they're automatically assumed to not have they're automatically assumed to have parking, which a lot of them do not. So, and a lot of them, because of their address, do not qualify for RPPs. So I was wondering if the council member or if anybody has thought of this and how we can possibly get RPPs for some of these residents that are in desperate need of parking.
Sure,
But
yeah.
that'd be-
Yeah, let's discuss that offline if you wanna, we can email about that, and I'm happy to hop on the phone and talk about what the options are for that.
Not a problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Great, thank you so much, Nicole. Office of the Mayor, Anthony.
Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? Well, I want to first start off just thank everyone for y'all service. I appreciate everything that y'all do for the community. You can tell that the 1B is very passionate. So let's let that be known. 1B is very passionate, and that's great. For the mayor's office, we have the annual holiday reception at the Wilson Building on the Thursday the 12th at 5 p.m. It's RSVP, and there's a session for ANCs, for the community, for everyone. So that'll be going out officially. I think it's going to go out on Monday, but just be look out for that. And I had a few other things, but I'm not going to hold you. It is late. So what I will do is tomorrow I'm going to send an email out just asking each member. I know that some of them may be leaving. To just everybody can you just send me your top 3 issues in your SMD. And what we'll do is moving forward next month we will review where we're at with these issues and so on and so on every month. Thank you. Any questions?
Not seeing any. Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks for all your help. I think.
No, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Leonard.
Okay, commissioner announcements. Here, Commissioner Sycamore.
Thank you. I'll just take a point of privilege really quick. I just want to thank every single one of you who are departing from this commission. I think you guys have all done such a wonderful job, sometimes with quite a bit of conflict, but I think we've managed to come through that. And I also want to acknowledge the incoming newly elected commissioner-elects who are coming in. I've had a chance to meet with most of them, and they all seem really well qualified and competent. And I think that you all passing on the mantle to some of your respective future commissioners who are taking over your district has been fantastic. And I'm really looking forward to a great commission the next 2 years. And I really am looking forward to having you all still be involved, even if it's just in an unofficial capacity. So thank you all so much for your work. And yeah, looking forward to the next time. Enjoy your time off.
Are there any other commissioner announcements? Commissioner Henry.
Just in a similar theme, I want to thank everyone, as this is my last meeting after 2 terms. I've learned a ton in this role. It's been a little contentious at times, as we saw tonight. But I think that there are really serious issues facing Ward 1, our commission, and the city, especially with the threats to home rule that we see coming pretty regularly and seriously. And I think there's never been a more important time for ANCs to exist and to do the work that our neighbors expect us to do, which I think we show up every day and really try to do that. And that's an ever striving effort to be better at it. But I think it is envisioned in home rule for all the reasons that motivated us to join. And while I'm not continuing on this capacity, I look forward to supporting this commission I'm not going anywhere. I love the city. I love this neighborhood. I think we're all incredibly privileged to work here and live here. And I just want to thank everyone for the grace they've given me over the past 4 years. And just say it's really been quite an honor. I'm very excited for Matt Fay to replace me in ANC1B, and I'd echo Commissioner Sycamore's point that there's some really strong people coming in, as there always is, and this is very natural, and I'm so appreciative for the time.
Any other commissioner announcements? Community announcements? Not seeing any? Okay, new business. Okay, I'm gonna do Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a resolution which is in the agenda packet. Do you want me to put it on the screen? Should we handle this quickly? It has been distributed in advance to commissioners.
I think most of us, at least over 73% of us who voted are familiar with Initiative 83. But if you just want to give a quick summary, very quick, I don't think you need to put it on the screen though.
Okay, happy to. It is located in the agenda packet on page 30. I'm very, very pleased to be joined by Commissioners Henderhan and Jones and Lakatos in introducing this resolution. I'm happy to have had input from Commissioner Sycamore and Commissioner Chauvin. Lots of interest in this one. Was happy to lead the little team in putting this together. As everyone I'm sure is aware, the district voters approved Initiative 83 on election day with 73% of the vote. I think regardless of, one's personal position, the will of the voters matters. Our power of initiative matters in the District of Columbia. There are many states where there is no such thing as a power of the ballot initiative. I think it's a precious right that we have in DC, and it should be honored. Like absolutely wild, absurd ballot initiatives aside, of which this is not one, and the district voters have never approved something absolutely crazy. So I don't think there's much of an argument for disregarding the will of the voters. And that's been made clear by many council members. I don't want to get into like the whole saga with the tipped workers initiative, but I think it is important, especially in light of what Commissioner Henderhan has just brought up, that home rule is not guaranteed to us for perpetuity. It's important that our leaders, elected leaders at all levels in the district, stand up for the democratic rights of the people of the district, which are imperfect. We deserve more rights than we have. But it certainly would set an absolutely terrible precedent to try to undermine or play fast and loose with a very clear directive from the voters of DC to change a matter of policy. So, all that being said, we are moving a resolution to call for the council to provide full funding and timely funding for the implementation of Initiative 83. There's a small budget that it requires to be implemented for the Board of Elections to carry it out. Most of that money is for the Board of Elections to simply send a postcard to everyone in the district saying the election laws have changed. Here's how to keep up with it. It's really quite a small thing. And again, I think it would be indecent for the council to fail to act or to try to undermine what the voters have instructed in some other way. So please feel free to read the resolution. But other than that, I move that we adopt the resolution calling for a full and timely implementation of Initiative 83.
Give a second.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Chauvin.
I love the resolution. I'm all in, so yes, but just a quick question, and I don't think it's inappropriate, but do we have a sense of the council on yeses and commitments? Is half of them? Is it a quarter of them? Do we know? In support.
I certainly don't. I haven't canvassed them. I see Nicole is still here. If she wants to make a statement on behalf of the council member for whom she works, I'd welcome that. I don't know. There haven't been statements, public statements, very many. I am aware through other commissioners that Chairman Mendelson was at a public event a week or two ago, and he said that he would not fund the implementation of Initiative 83. That wasn't in the press. That's hearsay. I don't, want to hold him to that, but I did hear it from at least 4 other sources. That to me is incredibly disturbing, and does not portend well. I know the mayor was very chilly, to say the least, on the initiative during the campaign. I don't see any reason. I don't understand philosophically how you can be a champion for DC and for home rule and then, just neglect to defend or enact what the people have said. Although, see the criminal code experience. So I think there's much to be concerned about, and that's why I want to make sure that we're applying pressure as a representative body toward the council.
May I extend my question to Nicole to see if there's any update from the council member's office?
Hi, I'm still here. I'm here till the very end, you guys. I really don't have a good sense of other members on the council. I haven't spoken with the council member about it, so I don't have like a statement from her that I can share tonight, but happy to come back to folks at a later time when I've spoken more in depth with her about it. I really think we're powering through the end of the council period, so there's a lot on our plates right now to kind of close out this council period, but happy to have a future conversation with folks about it.
I just want to say I'm going to show up in January. Thanks for being here, Nicole, and I look forward to perhaps a voice in January as a member, resident member of the commission here. Thank you.
Commissioner Sycamore.
So my hat's off to Commissioner Trinidadi DeRamo. I know he's been very involved in this, and I just really think it's a worthy cause. While I do have some of the issues with the specifics of that ballot initiative, I do 100% believe that the council needs to uphold that same concept with the tipped workers and stuff. While I did not necessarily support that because I saw a lot of unforeseen situations, I disagreed with the council not upholding that in the will of voters. And I think you made some absolutely wonderful points about talking about home rule and how we can support DC statehood and the power of the people and then take that away from them. So while I did, in lots of ways, fundamentally disagreed with both those initiatives, I am happy to support this and make sure that it is fully funded and implemented. So thank you so much for all your hard work, and I look forward to working with you.
Any other discussion points? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 8 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. Okay, next. Oh, it's me. So
New business.
I'm next on new business. Thank you, Commissioner Shevin.
I cede the floor.
Yeah. So I before this commission, we had Chairperson James Turner. He was a longstanding commissioner and a longstanding chairperson. He guided ANC1B through a lot of different things, not even just through my tenure or Commissioner Handerhand's tenure. He did a lot for ANC1B. We got an email, or I received an email along with Commissioner Trinidadi DeRamo from Commissioner, oh gosh, he has another, forgive me. Commissioner Thomas Davis, sorry, from ANC1A. Commissioner Thomas Davis is the secretary, I believe, asking if we would co-sponsor a resolution commemorating Commissioner James Turner's time on not only ANC1A, but also ANC1B. And so because Commissioner Turner has taught me personally so much and is a dear friend, I thought this would be a no-brainer, at least something that I wholeheartedly support, and thought it would be worthwhile to raise it for ANC1B as well. The resolution is in the agenda packet. I'm happy to bring it up on the screen, but if anyone has any questions, I can answer those. Commissioner Shiven.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's for the next business item, but I motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner
Sable,
Ginsburg.
just to clarify, this is marking the end of his tenure as a commissioner.
Yes, I should have noted
He's
that
not passed.
he is no longer, he has not passed away. Commissioner Turner is still alive and well. I
know that.
talked to him, I think yesterday, so he is still around. Thank you for clarifying. He is just no longer, I think he served as commissioner for, I don't even know how long, for
14 years.
14 years. Yeah. So he just is ending his time. This is his last few weeks as commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Andrew, for clarifying. He will find this hilarious. I should clip this and send this exchange to him.
Feels like an appropriate way to honor him, honestly.
Yeah. Commissioner Kensick.
You know, I'm gonna hold my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Trindade Drama.
I just want to point out, in case you haven't read the entire resolution, we are designating Commissioner Turner as the chairman emeritus of 1B. So just want to make sure, if you pass him on the street, make sure you use the proper title.
Yeah. And you will pass him because he's not dead. I think I saw Patrick was in the Karen, will you take Patrick off of mute?
Larry, I just want to let you know that he's not dead, but he's moved out of DC. He's actually now living 90% of his time out of the city. So you may not walk down the street and see him.
He still has a home though in DC.
He has a home here, but he doesn't stay here as much. Now that he's no longer, his term ends at this month. He's no longer a commissioner.
And if we use his proper emeritus title, maybe we'll get an invite to his Virginia house.
Yeah, well, I certainly will not be using that title.
You won't? I feel like he might require you to. He's now instead taking his local government talents to my hometown. So okay. Are there any other discussion points? Commissioner Chauvin? No? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll count later. Do y'all need me to count? Please don't ask me. 6, 7? 7 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, 1 not voting. All right, thank you, folks. He will very much appreciate this. I don't know if he was aware that this was, I didn't want to let him on to anything when I talked to him yesterday. But he will be, maybe he'll be brought to tears. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, a new business item.
Yep, you're up.
All right, so save your tomatoes. Give me 30 seconds. There's an outstanding issue of import to me and my 2,000 residents and 14,000 people living around U Street, and that is the operation of clubs and the noise. We have 14, probably 25 folks that report regularly on the same clubs for a year and longer, shaking their homes, sending bass into their homes. The law sucks. I'm going to just say it outright. The law sucks. The law needs reform. Our institutions aren't prepared. ABCA's not prepared to do their job. And so the commission can take a small step, and the commission can continue to work to make sure we get the reform we need. So anyone coming back to the commission, I appreciate you continuing to spend some time on APCA reform issues. But tonight we're talking about a letter that this commission asked to be sent, approved unanimously several months ago, to say it mildly, to send to Thirst to engage them in a settlement agreement, all right, to engage in discussions. They aren't required legally because it's outside the renewal period and they aren't a new license, but it is an act of this commission to recognize that the people that live here, and there's 14,000 of them within a few blocks from U Street, they deserve to have some peace in their homes and not be shaken and not be trembled with bass into the wee hours of the night, 3 times in the weekend with a baby. And so I'm just asking that within the next 24 hours that the matter that's already been approved unanimously, a letter be sent, executed by the president and signed by the I think we now call commissioner of what's our new term we've adopted, Commissioner
It's
Bramo.
third term, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner representing the affected single member district. Thank you. And President, I'm sorry, Chair, sign this letter tomorrow and get it out so we can help the 15 members of our district, 15 residents that are continuing to complain regarding thirst operations. So
Commissioner Chauvin, it's already been resolved. It's already been signed, and Commissioner Kinsick and Commissioner Trindade Duramo are actively working on a resolution. There's no need to bring this up in new business. It's already been resolved.
Well, there is, because again, it's been 6 months and it's not about and I have to say this.
No, we're done. It's already been solved. We don't need to rehash this. They are actively working on it. And I have been supportive with Commissioner Trindade Duramo. The letter has been signed.
Hold on.
It has already likely been sent to Thirst.
I'd like to say this one last piece, please, that again, when folks aren't undertaking the punishment of being shaken in their homes in the middle of the night and the base, you don't understand the urgency. Okay. And so I'm asking that this commission continue to understand the urgency of reform, the urgency to help these folks that aren't being helped after a year. So I appreciate it. And again, it's not meeting again. It's not meeting with these folks. We're done the meeting times. It's about asking them politely to join in discussions to remove and mitigate the noise that's affecting deeply their surrounding neighbors.
Commissioner Chauvin, I leave it to Commissioner Kinsick, who is the affected commissioner in this. He is leading on this matters. Commissioner Trindade Duramo is helping. I am helping whenever is asked. So I leave it to them to handle it, which they are.
And can I just ask, because I wrote the letter on behalf of the Commissioner Kinsick, can you tell me when we're going to get this letter signed and out?
Yeah. May I speak, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Harris has already signed it, and Secretary Duramo and I have spoken about it. I now, even though I've signed off on it a couple of times, but I have to just sign off on it. I'll be scanning it through tomorrow, and I know that Secretary Duramo and myself are going to be going there Tuesday night just to kind of speak to them. And again, we're trying to work with them, but I do appreciate your passion, Frank, because it's been, besides 16, 17, I'd say this has been the second biggest thing in the last 2 years for me. And I know that people are very upset. And so I appreciate you bringing it up. I appreciate Chair Harris, appreciate all of you that voted for it back 6 months ago. And I really do appreciate Secretary Duramo as well. And I'm looking forward to meeting with them next Tuesday with a signed copy. I think we're good to go. So thank you, everyone. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner second one.
Excuse me. This is a quick piggyback to Frank. I think this is I'm sorry, Commissioner Chauvin. I think this just shows our need and urgency for next term for more open communication. If Frank was, Commissioner Chauvin was as involved as he was, he should have been updated. And I think that's a big concern from going forward. There is a lot of urgency to this, and I really appreciate, Frank, your passion for this. But I do hope that in the next term, especially from leadership, specifically from the chair, that there's going to be more communication and not just jumping down people's throats. So I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm looking to end this. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other new business items? Commissioner Sycamore, do you have something or are you just keeping your hand up? Sorry, didn't mean to jump down your throat. Okay.
No problem. I'm just that toxic. Thank you, though. Cheers.
Motion to adjourn.
Are there
Motion
any
to
other
adjourn.
new items? Hearing none.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Meeting at 11:09 p.m.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All
Em.
right. Thank you all. Thank you.